mobility, especially in the drone and anti-drone field. We are taking this time to introduce our technologies to the world and attracting investment into these fields so that we are able to nurture these fields. I hope that this seminar will prove to bear fruit in this regard. So all the people from domestic and abroad, including the US, Singapore, and Indonesia, as well as presidents of organizations, have come together in person to give their presentations. We have many people joining us online over YouTube today. I hope you will enjoy this session. E-Mobility Expo special session, Korea Drone Investments and Export Strategy Seminar will begin now. Thank you, and let's begin with a round of applause. Let me give you a short introduction of the speakers. So first, we have Mr. Kim Tae-hwan. Also, we have a co-chair of IEV, Mr. Lee Tae-sik. Today, as well as yesterday, he has been very busy. We have President Sun Woo-lee. Apologies, you may not want to have stand up to be recognized, but you have been with IEV from its first inception. So, Mr. An, you, as well as Mr. Chung Hyun-suk, please give him a round of applause. Also, we have Mr. Kang Sang-suk, Kang Ha-yeon from the government of Jeju Island. Also, we have attendance from Dangjin, and we have the mayor of Dangjin himself. Welcome. You will be speaking at the second session. Thank you for attending. Then, let us welcome co-chair Lee Tae-sik to the floor.
올라가실 때까지 큰 박수 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a warm round of applause. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important session. Our export strategy and investment for drone. We have experts from home and abroad when it comes to drone. So we are going to talk about technology of today and tomorrow. And new business opportunities will be created. As you are aware, the drone technologies have evolved and applied in the defense, logistics, and disaster recovery and management. And its importance has grown, especially when it comes to the pandemic management. We can deliver medicines to the remote areas, and then for the disaster recovery, we can utilize drones, so it can create a big value to the society. When I was with the Technology Promotion Center, drone was used to extinguish or manage fire. We will have access to different technologies, especially AI drone and aggressive drones, and we can manufacture and export them. And liquid hydrogen is another topic that we will touch upon. And it has much opportunity for us to expand the boundaries of drone, its applications, and mobile and development and applications, real time data management and analysis will support us all. Beyond the technology presentations, we are going to have a look how they are applied on the site in the industry. So all the use cases will be shared today. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to express my special hope that this will be a venue for you to share your ideas and find business opportunities. With the cooperation from all the different stakeholders, we can better solve the problems of the future facing humanity, and hope that you can share your insight with us today, and hope that we will have a successful completion of the event. Thank you. This concludes my opening speech.
회장님께 대단히
Thank you for your remarks. Next, we will hear from Mr. Son Eun-hee, who will give us his welcoming remarks.
He's from the Robot Industry Promotion Center.
Hello, everyone. I am Son Eun-hee of the Korea Robot Industry Promotion Center. Thank you for welcoming me here. I hope you had a good lunch. On a full stomach, only on a full stomach are we able to talk about real matters. And it is my opinion that in the drone industry, the crisis and opportunity come together, especially in the Ukraine war. It has become a war of drones, by drones, and in drones. So if we look at the total amount of the drone industry, DJI has the overwhelming majority of the drone market. The start of the drone markets have thus progressed. However, there have been competitions, defense lasers, as well as racing. And anti-drone technologies have developed. So the simple supplying of drones is not enough. The US-China conflict, in light of this, what strategy must we take to going forward? Should we cooperate with China? It all depends on everyone here, how your strategies for the future will play out. So I hope that this forum will serve as a platform for sharing your ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks. Then we will hear from Mr. Kim Tae-won.
Co-chair of the organizing committee, Mr. Kim, thank you. Good to see all of you. Mayor On, thank you, and nice to see you. Thanks to you, I was able to go to Dangjin and see your site. When I was there, I was able to see what a good blueprint that you have about the future. So this will be a good opportunity for us to share our ideas. And as said before, UAM Council President Jung and all together with other experts, we have written the history of the EV electric vehicle. And back then, about 10 years ago, we just launched the electric vehicle, and it has evolved over the decade. We have opened the way for the electric vehicle being the major trend, but what we have left with, Tesla and other electric vehicle companies are making money and taking advantage of that. That's what the critics say. So when I have a conversation with Dr. Lee, we should have some quality made in Korea products and export them. And UEM Council was generally or founded in that context, and we have subcommittees to promote and help us achieve that dream. And Chairman Lee and Chairman Son, they are the co-chair of the organizing committee. This is not an export to show off. Rather, we bring families from all around the corner so that they can have opportunities to network for business. As for Jeju, it's a long way for you to come. We should have some kind of purposes to attract you. So we have a very good purpose or goal of this forum, which is offering you a chance to do networking. We have gone through the 4 years of COVID-19 pandemic. Now we have opened e-mobility for 5 years. And now very happy to see you in person, but we have gone a long way to open this session again. As I said, e-vehicle has a history of 10 years, and it has expanded to cover electric ships, drones, and robots. And when it comes to the full farming tools, it will be electrified as well. So that's a big dream, kind of expanded dream for us to achieve. That's why we have named the exposition the e-mobility expo this time, because we have been upgraded from e-vehicle to e-mobility. We have National Assembly members of Gang, and they are here to support us. For the drone, Jeju is a kind of special city or place to be designated. If we have a good steel business, even though we have a prosperous steel business, we cannot have a steel plant in Jeju. We should have some industry that is in line with our identity. So Dangjin should have some industry which is in line with the identity of the city, and so does. So should Jeju. And we have invited the provincial council member with us so that we can share vision together. And all together with the co-chairs, we will have active discussion session. And Anti-Terror Center leader, Lee, he has been at the forefront of the export initiation or initiatives. I went to Dangjin by taxi. It cost more than $100, which is quite a lot. But I think it was worth it. I've been there for 4 times this year alone. Thank you. And Chairman Lee and Son, I'd like to thank you too for supporting me. Hope that you have a good networking chance tonight, and this dinner you will have a drink session too with or over meal and meat, and feel free to join us at night as well for dinner. Thank you. This concludes my remark. Thank you so much, the chairman. Very glad to hear your congratulatory remark, and I was wondering whether we are in Jeju or Dangjin. I think that I've been to Dangjin. I feel like I've been to Dangjin too. Thank you. And let me invite the next speaker who will deliver a congratulatory remark. He was with our UAM, and he is now with the Korean Policy Institute or Research Institute. So I'm going to invite the Chairman Jung for sharing his remark.
Good afternoon. I have a hoarse throat. My apologies. First of all, I would like to congratulate the opening of the 11th International E-Mobility Expo on the decarbonized island of Jeju. We have actually launched the first IEV here in this room. And today's seminar is about Korean drone investment and exports. Into Sky, the company, has been had a dialogue with Singapore, and I was actually an interpreter for that session. During this year, I am teaching at Kyunghee University, and in the fall, Kyunghee University will have a Asia mobility related class, and so Taiwan, Japan, Singapore, people from those countries will be coming. So UAM/drones will be the focus of my lecture in fall. So the room isn't totally full today. However, we are broadcasting live today. And I hope that what we have to share, we will be able to share with everyone across the whole network. Globally, the number of UAM organizations are a number in the 700s. The leader, Joy Aviation, Archer, Lilium, these companies, for these companies, 2024 is very important. Aviation certification comes out this year, and from next year, actual flight testing will be conducted. So volocopters are going to be tested in Paris, Eurodrive, and other countries, including Japan, will have their own test flights and demonstrations. All these provincial governments talk about UAMs and drones. And UAMs have started from big drones. If drones and UAMs are safe, then perhaps people will be able to ride them. And more longer travel will require winged flight. So future mobility, especially on the Jeju Island, the ecosystem exists already. In Jeju Island, the fact that we're holding this event here is very apt. Last year, when I was going up to the land side, I was quite tired. And I hope that it becomes easier by day. So drones plus UAMs, hopefully in the future, will become more abundant. And the infrastructure, including vertiports, UAM, control centers, will be, I hope you will help prepare them. And I hope that various businesses may be spun off. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your remarks. Lastly, it is Jeju Island that we are here today, and we have Mr. Kang Sang-soo of the Jeju Provincial Council. Let's welcome him to the stage. So, in fact, I did not expect to be able to join this session, but Mr. Kim Jae-hwan, whom I look up to, has invited me to give this congratulatory remark, so I am here today. The IEVE first iteration, I have been doing this with Mr. Kim since then. The carbon-free policy was announced in 2012, and in 2013, EVs started being used, and in Jeju, there's about 40,000 electric cars, and the ratio of EVs is up to 10% of all cars. So Jeju has been using green energy quite a lot. So when I first got my EV in the earlier days, it was very hard to get to Jeju city from Seogwipo because the driving range was short. However, it has become much easier now. Air conditioning is fine, and we have a bigger range, and it's also even working as a small library of sorts. So when I am commuting, I have little time, but using my electric vehicle as a place to read is very useful. As the chimes changes, and we have actually renamed ourselves to e-mobility, which will include drones, UAM, and aerospace. We believe that there will be much changes ahead in the future, and I hope to contribute to these changes. In Jeju, the UAMs are designated for tourism, and commercialization is planned since 2020. And if this keeps on rolling forward successfully, I hope that this will aid to tourism. I am very honored to be able to give this remark in front of all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative Kang. We have one last speaker. They have come from a long ways away, afar. They have been. I have actually met with this person for quite a long time, and many times. And I would like to invite Mayor of Dangjin to the stage to give a congratulatory remark. Please welcome Mayor Oh Sang-hwan to the stage. I would like to congratulate your opening of today's seminar, and I have actually spent over $200, and
he said that he spent a lot of money to come to Dangjin. I wish that I could support you and pay the bill. And I was with here and talking about our business. And there was a Seoul Automobile Society, and I had a chance to do briefing and engaged in the Q&A session. So first session, we did it in Seoul and Busan. And second time, we did it in Gwangju. And back then, electric vehicle, we had a CC monitor, and then the electric vehicles, they were not able to run a long distance back then. It ran short of the camera capacity, but right now, today, let me have a look how much changes have taken place. The driving range has increased quite dramatically. Today, I'm here to learn from you. So I want to learn about drone too. I've been to Busan to see the drone shows there, and drone center was open in our community, in our district or province. So working with the experts of drone, we have had a discussion. And to them, I asked what kind of devices or equipment do we need to fill the center with. And based on their advice, we have secured all the devices and instruments. And then we have a testbed for the drones open too. And this month 14th, Pablo and Dangjin, we are going to have a drone show at night. So we are doing this kind of activities, and hydrogen-powered drone will be used, will be in operation. We have a company named Parity who support us, and it's located in Dangjin too. We are working with them closely, and for the first time across Korea, in Korea, we will attract more than 1 trillion for that. So 13,000 tank will be installed. So from West Australia, we have the hydrogen, and then from Europe, we get support too. So along the western coast, green hydrogen will be generated in the future. But as for the country, we generate a huge amount of greenhouse gases because we have plants operate there. But in order to neutralize, we have created the hydrogen plants. Can you make it brief? This is a congratulatory remark, not a presentation. Just I want to take this opportunity to tell you how much activities we are engaged in to achieve carbon neutrality. As I said, I'm here to learn from you and implement what I learn from you when I run my community or district in Dangjin. Thank you so much, Mayor Oh. Out of all the distinct guests, we have very important guests that I missed introducing. So from the US, Ybotics from USA. You have a very good charging technologies from Ybotics. We have the headquarter manager, Park Sang-bon, and he's in charge of the Asian market. From Singapore, UAM Council Chairman Pritwant is here with us. Thank you for coming. From Malaysia, we have the president too, but sorry that he's not here right now. But he will be joining us again when he make a presentation. And another person that I want to introduce is Dr. Kwon. He's Korean, even though he may not look like it. So I have introduced all of them, and we have listened to a good speeches, opening speeches. And before we begin, we are going to take a group photo. Thank you. All of you, the speakers and discussants, would you please come to the stage so that we can take a photo? Thank you for your cooperation.
예, 앞에 한 줄 하고 뒤에 한 줄 하고.
So we will line up in 2 lines, the forward line and the back line. Let us have everyone on the stage, please. Everyone, we have many people joining us online, so we ask for your patience while we take the commemorative photo. Please help us move things along.
예. 자, 다 올라오시죠. 저도 올라가야 되겠습니다. 예.
저기 사이사이에
So let's have people in between other people so that your faces show up in the photos.
뒷줄에 계신 분들은 얼굴이 가리니까 꼭
So please make sure that people in the back row, your faces can be seen. So please stand in front of the right side, your left side of the screen. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for joining the photo session. We will now begin our seminar. Before we begin the seminar, I would like to give us a few housekeeping things to the speakers. Please speak into the microphone when speaking. Also, when turning the pages, the remote control for flipping the slides are on the podium. Please use the biggest button, the green button, to go to the next slide. To go back, use the small red button. Please keep this in mind when you are giving your presentation. Thank you very much. Then, let me give a few additional housekeeping remarks. Today's seminar will be in three parts. The first session is Introduction of Excellent Drone Technologies and Policies. Last year or this year, the Innovation Awards for AI attack drones and collision drones, various drones, will be explained by Director Na Ho-young. Also, second speaking will be CEO Kim Sa-sun of Parity. He will be speaking about the utilization methods for liquefied hydrogen in drones. Also, the leader in drone shows, Pablo Air. Pablo Air, representing Pablo Air, VP of Technology Im Seung-hwan will be speaking. And fourthly, our drone and anti-drone integrated car vehicles or mobile station and various concepts will be unveiled here today for the first time. And presenting is Vice Chairman Kwon Sung-woo, and he will be speaking about mobile drone station development and business strategies. And in the second session, we will be looking into defense and drone technology. So there will be 5 organizations and governmental entities speaking during session 2. AI embedded radar is being developed by Taurus Square. He will be speaking about counter-drone radar. Next up, speaking will be the Jammer organization company, Baek Sang-chul, Vice President of Syslane. The third presenter, miniature jet engines, are being developed by DSI. However, the CEO Cho Yun-hong, he was not able to come here because he needed to go to the Czech Republic to close a deal, but I will be speaking on his stead. And then, in the next spot, the mayor of Dangjeon City, Oh Sung-hwan, will be giving his talk. Then next, Mr. Kim Ki-hong of the Jeju's Self-Governing Province Innovation Industry Bureau Space Mobility Division Head will be coming. Next up, in session 3, we are actually providing English-Korean simultaneous interpretation, so you can hear into this. This session will be in English, and Mr. Kwon Hee-chun in English will be moderating. He is the chairman of NASI, National Association of Cognitive Science Industry. Speaking first will be Mr. Park Sang-bum, Director of Business Development, APEC of Whybot Inc. Then we will hear from Mr. Priyon Sik, Vice President of WUAV FSC. Then of Singapore. And then from Malaysia, we will be hearing from Dato' Lester Tay, President of MUDA. Then, let us now move to the first speaker, Mr. Na Ho Young of Near Earth Lab. Please come to the stage.
안녕하십니까. 저는
Good afternoon. I'm with Earth Lab, a startup. I'm in charge of advanced technology. Today I'm going to talk about our technology and product and how we are planning for exporting our products and services. Let me introduce our company to you. Back in 2015, two engineers from KAIST founded the company, and following that, we continue to grow. Now, we are one of the top 30 drone companies in the world. High-level drone software, hardware, and data processing technology. Armed with that, we have commercialized autonomous drone for the first time in Korea. And then our drone is used to check the safety of the wind power generating facilities and exported that facility to more than 20 countries. Last year, defense and public safety are the sectors we have designated to focus our technology. And last year, we were chosen as one of the top 100 innovative companies for defense industry. So wind power generators, we can use our drone, and we are the third largest player in the Korean market. And over the past 9 years, we have grown by tenfold. We have top 3 wind power generating companies: Siemens, Gamesa, Vestas, and GE Electric Energy, and all of them are our clients. So 70% of our sales are from the overseas market. We have 3 big technology in possession: software for the autonomous flight, and integrating different components, we create the drone system, and all the data drone collects, it can be analyzed based on AI. So these are the 3 areas on which we have technologies. And the drone can understand the circumstances in order to determine where to go. So the route of the flying route can be determined by itself in the safest way. As you see here, for the wind generator, the drones are used to check it. And in order to check or inspect it, they need to be able to identify the wind blades, and using the cameras installed, they make judgment. Our drones can make judgment. As for the wind generators, they tend to be installed in the areas with the strong wind. Even in that harsh situation, it should have a very good high resolution images so that they can understand the circumstances. That's where our technology lies. The top technology capability lies in. And as for our technology, this is where we will be headed for. Internally and externally, we have our own goals set up. But no matter what the goals are, we cannot do all the things our own, which means that we need to find good partners. So let me tell you what kind of opportunities we have found, internal and external ones. As for the internal, Ukraine war, drone has been actively used in the battlefield, especially the small drones and high-quality drones. They are used in the battlefield to have a good performance. And second, what's going on in the USA? There's a conflict of trade between China and the USA. With that, the defense industry of US, they protect their industry from Chinese makers. And the mass producible drones are announced to be built in the future. And as for the Korean defense, the number of soldiers will decline. But with the advancement of the technology, we can supplement the diminishing human resources. So Defense Ministry have come up with the Defense Plan 4.1. It draws a different plans and it includes drone as one of the important components. And as for our company, we have about 90 employees, and 60% of them, about 50 of them are engineers. And most of the engineers, they have studied aerospace or AI. And over the past 8 years, we have continued to develop technology, so we have our own technology capacity. And last but not the least, joining expos and demonstration events, we have displayed our technology, and that has laid the foundation on which we can make a further development and growth. As for our company, for the drones, we kind of assemble many different components supplied from other partners. For the defense ministry, we should have a high level of localization. That's why we are partnering with Quality Research Institute and companies in Korea too. But at the same time, having partnership with the overseas foreign companies, we are penetrating the overseas market too. We have 3 product categories. To the left, you have a short-range reconnaissance drone. IF Design Award is what we were awarded this year, and this month we will actually receive the prize. And second is a high-speed drone, and it can shoot down some object on the surface and air. And the third is a drone station. The small drones have a limited flying range, and to overcome that limitation, so inside the station, they just are parked here, but whenever it's necessary, they can fly out and carry out its mission. And let me show you how they are applied. As for the small drones, autonomous drones, using the sensor, they can recognize the obstacles in front and make a route, flying route on its own. When there is a disconnection of GPS or under the bridge where there's no connection with the GPS, it can continue to fly autonomously. Using the Nest network, one operator can operate up to 5 drones at once. To support that, we need to have a quality communication technologies, but at the same time, the operating application should be intuitive so that the operator can readily or easily control it. And as for the drones, they can recognize the object and shoot down on its own. With the military power declining, we should have this kind of facilities of unmanned ones so it can fill up the gap of the diminishing manpower. Once we integrate the drones, we can utilize it to send it to the areas which are risky or dangerous. So using the remote control, we can have it sent to the areas where humans do not have access to, or too risky to get into. Radar system and soft kill system can be integrated. So integrated anti-drone solution can be provided too. Which solution used on which time? We need to have a further discussion on that. And users may have different requirements, but let me show you one simple example. Using the radar system, we can identify the dangerous drones and make them target. So using the jammer, it can be, brought down. And so physical shooting down can be done too. And this drone can be built into the vehicles or mounted on the vehicles. And on the access road, that can be fixed and used on a fixed channel and used. This is a demonstration of how it is used. As you see here, our drone has attacked very big commercial drones and brought it down. Second application is this. It can detect object on the ground too. Reconnaissance drone identify an object on the ground, and once the data is sent back, our attack drones is sent to the site to make an attack. Or UAM is used to carry the bomb, and once the bomb is loaded, it can just be used to attack the target. In addition to the physical attack, explosive can be transported to along the drone. We have a relatively good payload capacity to carry explosives. Our drones can penetrate the overseas market. In order to do so, we have identified the 6 strategic ways or strategic tools. One of them is marketing and joining the exhibition and securing certificate and creating reference. And through the distributor, we can sell the products directly or make a direct sales. We have received CES award, and we have been designated one of the top 100 companies by Forbes Asia. And UAB Expo is what we have joined to see our clients and promote our product to them. In Europe and US, FCC and CE certificates is what we are trying to get with the support from the government. In Utah and Oregon, we are doing the demonstration right now in Dubai and Canada. In Canada, in order to do the demonstration, we are having some discussion. And these are other partners. And we have joined some bidding sessions too. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
이번 들을 때마다
So every time I hear from NIRLab, you give a more surprising and remarkable presentation. I'm sure many of you were surprised. The US, the Saudi Arabia, Algeria, China, and 11 countries. I have been to these 11 countries. And when comparing the technological levels of those countries with ours, I feel that we are a step ahead. And I am very impressed by Near-Earth Lab's continuous evolvement technologically. And exports sales contract is expected to be signed, as I understand. So please give them a lot of support. And then now let us move to the next speaker. How much technological development has there been in the liquefied hydrogen drones? Let us listen to CEO of Parity, Kim Sa-sun. Good afternoon. I am Kim Sa-sun, CEO of Parity Inc. As far as I know, we are the first hydrogen player to receive the Innovation Award. As a venture player, it is a big honor. Currently, the current level of technology we hope to be exceeding in the near future. Liquefied H2, as you know, is a quite new area, and using this in the mobility area, it has been only recently has it been utilized in mobility. So Artemis, when it was going into the moon, it used liquefied H2. So usage in drones and commercial cars, as well as in everyday life, as fuel for mobility, it hasn't been that long since it has been used in this application. Research is ongoing, and in this field, I believe that the liquefied H2 area will be where the most innovations going forward will be made. Our company is an innovative company, and the cryogenic field requires lots of experience and expertise. However, we have a lack of personnel who have experience and technical expertise in these. So we have the duty to educate the next generation as well. So for the Director of Research, Lee Sang-kyu, has been working in the Coal-Gas R&D Institute. And we also have Mr. Director Shim Sung-shin, who is also an expert in cryogenic systems. We have been expanding our business portfolio, as you see. The liquefaction plant engineering and the liquid H2 are both different fields, and there are some manufacturing that is ongoing right now. However, most of it we are relying from overseas. So we are working alongside the GS to begin development. Currently, we have a grant project from the government, and we are working alongside GS Construction and Engineering, so that by 2026 in Indonesia we will have a $350 billion one worth of manufacturing successfully made. Also, we hope to be manufacturing lots of gases that will be used in steel making, semiconductors, as well as various industrial applications. And these all rely on overseas technologies. So we are working with POSCO. So the liquefaction plant engineering in these three fields are our field of interest. And in terms of liquid H2 power pack, we are focusing on R&D in this field. The Chungnam Hydrogen Regulatory Free Zone project, liquid hydrogen drone, which carries liquid H2. We will be able to manufacture this at Chungnam, although it is going to be manufactured in small amounts. It will be the first LH2 facility. Also, we are working hand in hand with KRRI and Hyundai Rotem for developing LH2 tanks for trains. We have actually received confirmation for the demonstration project. Also, we are developing tanks for liquefied hydrogen tanks for commercial for cars as well. So the Chungnam Regulatory Free Zone project was related to the liquid hydrogen drones, and many technical difficulties have been overcome, and we are able to do the verification and met the technical standards. Flight time of about 5 hours was achieved on a single charge. And this proof was made. Second, as I touched upon earlier, is the H2 power pack proof. It is ongoing. It has been ongoing for 3 to 4 years. The liquefied H2 plant can produce over 100 tons per day or more. We hope to upgrade this to 1,000 tons per day. In Incheon, SK, there is a production plant run by SK. It produces about 90 tons per day. Also, we have the air separation unit. We hope to be able to create a national solution to the air separation unit, so that we may develop low-power, energy-efficient solutions. Then next, why do we need liquid hydrogen? As you know, in gas form, H2 usage is very difficult. It's very rare in the in the air, and so we will need to raise the density by 800 times. If we are able to store hydrogen more efficiently, that would be excellent. And we are able to use the air separation unit technology as well. So the liquefaction temperatures are all different for each gases that we want to separate. So high purity industrial gases are our field of interest. So in liquefaction, H2 is very light. It is one of the lightest elements. So the weight of 1 liter water is 1 kilograms, but liquid H2 it is 0.07 kilograms. So with less than 1 kilograms of H2, we are able to achieve a 5-hour flight on a single charge. So currently, H2 is being used in gaseous form. As I mentioned earlier, energy density is very low, so high-pressure tanks are required to store gaseous H2. NEXO requires about 700 bar tank. So high-pressure tanks are not preferable over liquefied H2. For liquefied H2, just the can withstand about 2 bar. And we are able to store LH2, and we are able to keep it very light. If we have a pressurized H2, even if we do use light carbon composites, the tank has to become large and is very unwieldy. However, LH2 can be stored very lightly and is very compact. So its range of application is very wide. In the overseas market, liquefied H2 applications are being proved and are being verified. So let's look at the global hydrogen market in general. And next page, we see the recent interesting hydrogen-related policy announcements in the U.S. By 2040, across the entire U.S., they will create a freight corridor strategy with zero emissions. This is a very important and has a large implication. So it is impossible to carry heavy loads with small sedans or vehicles. However, the U.S. is planning this corridor strategy with heavy-duty machinery and trucks in mind. So in strategic hubs, hydrogen hubs will be, hydrogen charging stations will be, fueling infrastructure will be installed. So lots of hydrogen-related vehicle makers are interested. And the hydrogen cars, most car makers have been developing hydrogen cars. If this corridor becomes reality, then there will be lots of competition. Liquefied hydrogen may not be well known to the general public, but I have some clipped news. We have US ATI, we have Mercedes-Benz. They are conducting flying tests already, and they have already announced the commercialized flying vehicles. Toyota also has been making efforts in application of LH2 on racing cars. And H2 air vehicles, eVTOL aircraft, have also been announced as well. So liquefied H2 will be a very important energy source in carbon neutrality. Eco-friendly fuel, such as LH2, will be very useful in serving as a range extender for e-mobility. So say, for example, a railway in Switzerland, there was a test, and on a single charge, 2,800 kilometers was reached. We did our calculations, and on a single charge, We believe we can go 3,000 kilometers. And this is all made possible through LH2. And cryogenic technology is a complicated technology. However, since it is very useful and lots of application cases can be found, many companies are stepping up to the plate. So just like LH2 and just like GH2, LHQ2 requires a LH2 tank. Its utilization is very much like a gaseous H2. It is aerified, then sent into the fuel cell, and electricity is created. What's most important? What is one of the most important items of interest is lightweightification of components. Aluminum is lightweight. However, if we go into the aerospace area, we are going to be applying. We have been doing research and development for a carbon composite material, which is even lighter. So a carbon composite body liquefied H2 tank is applied to our drones. And it is very difficult to make it successful because cryogenic technology, with its very extremely low temperatures, may cause damage to the body of the aircraft. So in order to apply a bigger tank to our drones, we are continuing our development. And how much lightweight capability can we expect? We can reduce the weight by 30 to 40%. And it is also very important to block heat inflow. And we have both passive and active methods for blocking heat. Overseas, especially in Europe, instead of fuel cells, they are creating LNGs. So they are looking into liquefied hydrogen tanks. And what's important is in the submerged pump technology. The miniaturized pump, as you can see on screen, it is not commercialized anywhere in the world yet. So we have made a prototype, and we have applied for a government grant. And in the liquefied H2 area, we have various technologies that we need to upgrade. We have two products. One has been commercialized. One has completed. We have completed planning it and designing it. So the first one, we have a flight time of 5 hours. With a payload of 5. If we have no payload, then the flight time can be doubled. With the right conditions, you can fly for even 12 hours. Also, the test aircraft, Flyer 2, we have completed the design for it. It can carry a payload of 3 kilograms, and it can fly for 13 hours. The top speed is about 80 kilometers per hour. And even faster and capable of carrying an even heavier payload so that its technology can be applied to UAMs. We are still in the works of developing this new flyer. Our core technologies are in power packs. The other external portions, we are working hand in hand with our partner companies. The drone companies, we are joined here today with many drone companies, and I'm sure that we have something at least that we can cooperate with, and I hope that we can work together to create great solutions. So these are the application fields. So say, for example, we can use AI and coupled with long flight durations, we are able to discover new application cases. We have various companies working overseas using Liquid H2, and we are in the works of cooperating with those companies. In terms of UAM, we are working with UAM companies for batteries. And batteries, of course, are useful. However, batteries can deliver only 20 or so minutes of flight time. So, in the future, if we are going to use UAMs for longer flight, then we think that liquefied H2 will be necessary. So we have been working with AAM companies for cooperation. Also, in combat vehicles, we are actually continuing a government-funded project. Why would anyone want to put liquefied hydrogen in a combat vehicle, you may ask? However, fuel cells begin reaction at 80 degrees Celsius. So when hit, it may become very dangerous. And if we want to do long-range travel, then liquefied H2 may be advantageous. Also, we have application uses for trailers, as well as unmanned ground vehicles, as well as unmanned surface vehicles too. Of course, we may apply this to unmanned vessels as well. So liquefied H2 is a clean energy that will help us get one step closer to decarbonization. And it is a very efficient and very useful fuel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. It was back in 2019. I went to Shenzhen, China, and I had a chance to see representative from China. And we have two of you. Would you please give them a big hand? Thank you. Back then, it impressed me. What was most impressive was this. As he mentioned, hydrogen was used. On the fixed wing, they flew more than 16 hours. I was sorry that I was not able to see it in person back then. But in Korea, we had a dream of developing liquefied hydrogen, and I see that the dream may come true, and you were awarded an innovation reward, and congratulations on it. And I believe that the next presentation will suit what we are here today. As for the Korean drone businesses, we have drawn a lot of investment, and among them, Pablo is number one. So we have a representative from Pablo, and he will be sharing good information with you today. Good afternoon. As you introduced, my name is Im Seung-han, Vice President. of Pablo. Today I'm going to talk about our company, and then since I'm in charge of technology, I'm going to focus on technologies that we have and how they can be applied in the businesses in the field. And as for the startups like Pablo, how can we win the trust from the market so that we can get funding? So that's going to be a topic that I'm going to cover today. So this is an agenda or overview. First, I'm going to talk about my company. And as for the Pablo Air, I'm going to show you some objective data and then talk about the technologies that we have in position. Out of all the technologies, we have key ones, and we need to integrate key technologies. So the kind of a confusion or the kind of fusion technology will be introduced. And third, we have attracted a huge amount of investment, and let me tell you how we can get those funding and investment. How come we win the trust of the market? Winning those kind of big amount of investment. First and foremost, let me introduce our company to you. I'm here on behalf of our CEO. Whenever we introduce our company, he talk about our philosophy, founding philosophy first, and then I'm going to introduce our company to you. So let me start with our philosophy. Our company's name is Pablo Air. Can you tell something? We are named after the famous painter Pablo Picasso. When he founded our company, he was thinking of what kind of company he would create. And during the process, he was reminded of what he said, Picasso. He said that he paint objects. I paint objects as I think them, not as I see them. So doing so, he was thinking that he would be able to draw a dream and achieve them. This is the objective information. Our company was founded in 2018. So we have a history of 7 to 8 years, kind of old startup. And we have more than 140 employees, about 150. And the sales is about 15 billion. 2 years ago, 13 billion. And then this year we will exceed 15 billion. So we continue to grow at a quite rapid pace. We have acquired investment in total 44 billion. For a startup, it's a huge amount. Among the drone companies, we are kind of top companies to draw or attract this kind of huge amount of investment. And let me tell you how we did it. And to the right, you see all the investors and partners. As for the investors, we have various investors, and FI and SI investors are here. This means that our performance has been recognized in the market. And as for the partners, we have various partners. We have technology companies, but at the same time, we have other companies. Drone art show, it's an entertainment we are engaged in. So unlike other technology companies, we have partners from different backgrounds. So this is one of the features that we have as a company. Then let me talk about the technologies that we have. First and foremost, I'm going to talk about our core or key technologies and the business areas that we are engaged in. Second, one of them is control, remote control platform. The other is to boost the autonomous flying or operation of drone. And the graph shows you our technologies. Our technology that can be broken down into two. When it comes to the factor technologies, there are many different technologies involved. As for the small drones, you may call it some appliance, but the object or drones fly in the air, which means that a number of core technologies are required. So many key technologies are combined, and they can be grouped into two at a high level. One is a swarm control platform. What is it? As for the drone operation, you have to be able to control it on a remote control center. Traditionally, let's say that you control one drone with a precision, very high level precision. So software-wise and hardware-wise, the control system is connected to or bound to one drone system. But we have a different approach. What do I mean? Which means that the control system is not connected to one single drone. We have rather an independent control platform. So GUI, software, as for those kind of technologies, you may have seen them, but architecture and architecture that we use, it is not bound to the drone alone. It can be utilized for other areas too. So that's the philosophy that we have adopted. The software-wise, rather than from the drone perspective, we have tried to utilize the technology from other parts too. That pose a lot of challenges as well, because some of the technologies are not used, have not been used in the drone. That means that we have to prove that they can be utilized in the drone. And by combining those different kind of technologies, we have been exposed to different challenges, but we have been able to overcome it. Now we have the aim of coming up with a platform that allows us to control the swarm drones. And let's say that for the human, it should be able to control the drone. Then from the different perspective, let's say that you have to be able to manage a number of drones. And then the drone, for the sake of the drone, they should be smart enough to do the autonomous flying. That's the second perspective. Let's say that we have a drone, a smart drone. We have a lot of technology developed for that. AI technology has evolved, so processing the image, the visibility or vision-based approach has developed. But as for Pablo, we have taken a somewhat different approach. Let's say that we want to make drones smart, but rather than having a good IQ, we want to have a drone with a better EQ. What does it mean? Let's say that we have drones that have a good networking together, and then let them cooperate much better. So cooperation and collaboration is what we want to promote among drones. Let's say that we have different drones who are engaged in different tasks. Then they will be given different kind of roles. And as for the cooperation, the drones of the similar nature will be used together to achieve the same dream. So collaboration and cooperation is the concept that we want to achieve using our drone. And as for our technologies of Pablo, let's say that we have a very abstract kind of technology. As for the technologies that we have somewhat kind of abstract technology, which means that we may find it difficult to penetrate into the market. Despite that challenges, the swarm is the key word based on which we have drawn our long-term vision. As for our technology, ours is somewhat metaphysical, which means that it's hard to state what the technology is in a few words. And there are 4 business areas we are focused on. First, at the commercial level drone art show, which has been commercialized at a high level. As for the drone art show, you may not believe that it's advanced technology. When you have a look at the technologies, each technology has been widespread, but combining all the technologies in a creative way is an issue of another level. To have a drone show, you should be able to manipulate and combine all the different technology in your own way. So when it comes to a drone art show, we have been recognized as one of the top companies. Second is a drone delivery. You may wonder how come it has to do with swarming. As for the drone delivery, the small number of people will be able to operate a large number of drones so that you can make a profit, which means that swarm technology is required and essential. So on a long-term perspective, we are focusing on swarm technology for drone delivery. And third is urban ATM. And UAM should be able to control in an integrated approach. And fourth, and then not the least, military is an area where a number of drones should be operated effectively and efficiently and without difficulty. So swarm technology can be utilized in the military field. And we are focused on it too. So let's move on. As for the Pablo, we have attracted a huge amount of investment. How come? How come we built trust and got huge funding? Because of 4. First is flexible business models. We have flexible business models. And second, we aimed for sustainable growth. And the third, we have a good networking and partnership of our top management. And fourth, and the expert leadership and empowerment feature that attracted huge investment. First, the flexible business model. We have business models which is somewhat metaphysical, which means metaphysical aspect, which means that we can be utilized in different business models, and that allured investors, I believe, to show drone delivery, traffic management, and defense and security. These are the domains where our drone is operated, and we have attracted investment with that too. We aimed for sustainable growth. Rather than making a short-term profit, we try to solve the social problems. We are interested in utilizing our technology to help solve the social issues and problems or challenges. And that kind of vision has helped us to win trust from the market, networking, and partnership. Our CEO, Kim, continued to emphasize this all the way. Technology itself does not allow us to make a good business. Networking alone does not. Based on the technology, we should be able to apply it to the market, and better ways can be found along with the partners because they can help us to understand the market needs and explore them. And first and foremost, we have a leadership. This is the top management. In addition to the CEO, we have 2 vice presidents in charge of technology, which is me, and the other person in charge of business. We have a good C-suite. All of them have expertise in their own area. And from the CEO's perspective, he was able to empower or delegate to the others and be able to explore different sectors of the market. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation and thank you for listening. Sorry that my presentation was very brief, but if you have any questions, please contact me or my company. We will respond to your questions and glad to have any further discussion with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
주신 우리
Thank you for your presentation, Vice President Im. May 14th, you said you were going to have the drone show in Tangjin. That is correct. Oh, we have our last speaker for the first session. We know that drones can be applied in various fields, especially in relation to special equipment vehicles. So drones and anti-drones markets are expanding, and the cooperation between drones and anti-drone equipment with mobile stations, I believe, will have a big synergy. So this presentation will be given by Vice Chairman Kwon Sung-woo. Hello. As introduced, my name is Kwon Sung-woo. And let me give you my presentation on mobile drone station development and business strategy. It is a support system, and it is a mobile special equipment vehicle for supporting the use of drones. Let me give you an introduction of how we have begun to develop this platform. We will see then next a short video. Then I will give you an explanation of the technology and give you a few a short introduction of our company, and then give you an idea of our roadmap. So the drone special equipment vehicle has only started being developed. It's in its inception stages, and as an integrated solution, we have developed this special equipment vehicle. So our video will be about 5 minutes long.
Drone technology evolves rapidly and its scope of application expands extensively. The necessity for vehicle-mounted drone stations that can securely store, transport, and provide automatic charging for drones has become more crucial than ever before. In this video, we are excited to showcase the innovative design and configurations of vehicle-mounted drone stations under development by our team at Suunjin Special Vehicle Corp. The drone station contains multiple layers of launch pads where the drones are securely parked. Once both sides of the wing doors are opened, the drone launch pads are expanded horizontally, making the stored drones ready to take off for action. These drones can either take off simultaneously or in sequence. The vehicle's onboard drone control center is responsible for transmitting data related to the drone's safe takeoff and landing and closely monitoring its operation progress in real time. The drone control center transmits commands to multiple sets of drones and receives updates regarding their mission progress and flight statuses. The received information is then relayed to the designated remote location via satellite or base station. Now, let's turn our attention to the wide range of applications of drone stations. First, drone stations can be utilized in hosting drone art shows. These shows mesmerize audiences with the synchronized movements of multiple drones, including specific formations, letters, and dynamic choreographies achieved through cutting-edge technology. Within a single vehicle-mounted drone station, there are 5 layers of launch pads, with each side accommodating 100 drones per one layer. This configuration results in a total fleet of 500 drones per station. Once the vehicle is leveled horizontally, the drone control center is set up and primed for action. Then, drones autonomously begin to take off starting from the bottom layer of the launch pad, spreading outwards on both sides. As all drones ascend, they begin to display a beautiful drone show for the audience to enjoy. Second, drone stations can be employed for firefighting purposes, particularly in directly combating high-rise building fires, real-time monitoring fire situations, preventing and surveilling wildfires. When a special vehicle dedicated to fire drones is dispatched to the scene of the fire, the on-site control drone takes off from the upper launch pad, approaches the scene of the fire, and begins transmitting image data to the drone control center. The drone for on-site control consists of 2 missions, a mission machine and a shift machine, so it can perform tasks without interruption. Data when performing the shift is operated to be transmitted uninterrupted through the drone control center. Third, drone stations can be utilized for military operations by greatly extending the operational reach of military drones. When deployed to operational areas, these drone stations open up multi-launch pads positioned on 3 sides. This multi-launch drone launch pad can simultaneously deploy up to 120 high-speed attack drones. These high-speed attack drones can fly at speeds of up to 200 km per hour and execute precise collision and explosive attacks on designated targets. In addition, hostile drones can be directly intercepted, allowing the establishment of security systems using drone special vehicles in major security areas. Meanwhile, anti-drone special vehicles are equipped with high-performance AESA radars and drone hunters that can detect while on the move. Radar detects drones engaging in illegal activities, and the launch pad on the left and right sides of the vehicle opens and the drone hunter is dispatched. A dispatched drone hunter fires a net at an illegal drone, physically disabling it. Moreover, anti-drone system vehicles equipped with high-performance AESA radars are adept at detecting drones involved in illegal activities. These vehicles dispatch drone hunters to physically neutralize unauthorized drones. Drone special vehicles that contain, transport, and control tactical airship drones can efficiently establish security systems that monitor a wide range of areas, including border areas. Tactical airship drones are equipped with wide-area radars, special cameras, and communication equipment to monitor the ground and air from over 300 meters. Suanjin Special Vehicle Corporation is dedicatedly advancing drone-related technology to ensure the safe and convenient utilization of drones. We are committed to becoming a trusted partner in advancing the future of drone technology.
잠이 확 깨셨나요? 네.
I hope that was enjoyable. We have anti-drone cars, we have military crash drones, firefighting drones, as well as drone show special cars. This is the drone show car, and we have a drone station installed, and the drone car and control system modules are installed in the special purpose car. And in order to protect from vibration, we have a vibration reduction equipment installed. Also, we have an LFS or ESS charging station installed under the car as well. We have a separate drone control facility installed as well. We also have solutions to control temperature and humidity. we may apply various types of car bodies that can open up and reveal the launch pads. So if we're looking at a 5-ton truck, we can hold up to 500 drones. We may also use a minibus as a command vehicle for firefighters. 2 drones may automatically take off, charge, and land, and it can deliver on-site information in real time. And this would include video. It is also possible to deploy drones rapidly. 2 drones are necessary because we have a mission vehicle and we have a switch vehicle, so that we can prepare for the need for a second drone or a replacement drone. Next, we have a military application drone special vehicle. It can move to a field of operation and launch multiple drones. Next, we have the anti-drone system special vehicle. It may detect enemy vehicles or drones even while on the move. It is equipped with 2 drone hunters. The advantage of a car is as follows. It has an integrated control system, and it has a communications model for real-time communication. It also has an eco-friendly hydrogen generator, and it has a device that freely operates the position of the station and actuator, and it is very rugged and is built with excellent materials. And let me give you some details on our company. We were founded in 1992, and we have been a first vendor for Hyundai Motors. And we do work for wing body trucks, jump trucks, mixer trucks, as well as van trucks. Also, our subsidiary, Sunjin Precision, can produce over 5,000 construction equipment and makes around 200 billion Korean won in sales. Based on these manufacturing know-how, we are able to deliver these special equipment vehicle that can be manufactured to suit any size and purpose. We are a producer of drone mobility platforms, and we are able to supply, and we are in the works of manufacturing a vehicle to Pablo Air. We have also been working with the Korean National Police University for security, for drone security as well. And we have also been working with Near Earth Lab for drone station MOU. We have continually been expanding our drone network, and starting from cars, we intend to provide various equipment to the market. And with your interest and support, we hope to be able to provide you with various equipment that you may need in the future. Thank you very much. Vice President Kwon, thank you for your presentation. Your presentation is very heartwarming. I have been to various drone expos, and I thought that there is something missing in all of those expos. However, one thing that kept egging in my mind was exactly what was presented by Vice Chairman Kwon, which is supportive platforms for drones. And I hope that overseas exports will be possible in the near future. So we have actually worked hand in hand with cooperating companies to create this video, and we think that this video will be shown on the special equipment vehicle itself later on. Thank you for your presentation once again. And in the city, in the Tangjin city, we hope to be able to see the special equipment vehicle as well. Then here we will conclude our first session. We will have a break for 10 minutes. And in the second break, we hope that all the speakers will keep to 15 minutes where possible. Thank you very much.
페리티.
자, 이제 이 세션
We are going to begin the second session in 2 minutes. Those of you who are outside the hall, would you please come in, take your seat?
그쪽에 잠깐 들러있었다가 가셔도 돼요. 예? 그쪽 공식 맞은 자리. 거의 6시죠. 6시. 저쪽도 만약 잠깐 6시. 기업이 자, 이제 이 세션 진행
Now let's begin session 2. Those of you outside the hall, please come in, take your seat. As said, we are going to talk about the drone project for defense and municipalities. So counter radar will be the first presentation. First and foremost, we are going to invite a speaker from Torit Square, one of the top drone company in Korea, and Mr. Gong will be talking about the radar businesses, especially anti-drone radar businesses. Good afternoon, as said. Radar is what we produce and sell, and our company is named Torit Square. Let me introduce our company to you. Headquarters is located in Seoul, and our R&D center is located in Daegu, Gyeongbok area. And for anti-drone technology, Dr. Oh is quite well known, and our technology are developed by Dr. Oh. In order to have a continuous testing, we have selected Gohung, which has a huge airspace for us to do or perform tests. This is our corporate history. As said, Dr. Oh launched the business actually out of curiosity. He developed technology to detect those objects flying in the sky, and he found the possibility of applying in the defense industry. 0.2 kilometer was detection range. It has increased to 3, 4, 5, and 13 kilometers. DJI's Phantom 4 was detected in the range of 13 kilometers. Actually, in the radar, it looks like in the small baseball size object. We have gone through a lot of trials and errors, and then going through the trials and errors, we have found the optimized technology. That is the FMCW-based AI ASA radar. So it was found to be the best technologies which we have identified and continue to develop. What is ASA? Let me explain you the concept first. ASA is one of the radar operation approaches. It stands for Active Electronic Scanned Array. As for the traditional radar, as you see on the top to the right, it has a kind of one stroke. It takes about 2 to 3 seconds to make one round. But as for ASA, it looks at the front only. So within 0.5 seconds, it can scan it. That's the function it has. And one of the representative ASA radar is used in the advanced fighter planes. Second, we are based on AI. Dr. Lee said that AI embedded radar, that's what we use. We have 3 different types of AI used for our approach. First, it's the object that is seen in the radar is analyzed. And through the analysis, the GCN is like distinguishing cats from dogs. So such technology has been used, TCNN. And then the GANs technology has been built in. So this is a kind of deep learning technology. And as for GANs, deep learning technology, the generator and discriminator AIs work together at the same time. As for the generator, it come up with the questions all the time, and discriminators try to find answer to them. So as for us, we have used and tested this deep learning approach over the 7 years to be able to discriminate many different objects. So on radar, we can identify and differentiate an object. FMCW stands for this. The traditional approach that we have used is a pulse Doppler radar, which were initiated in 1930s. All the traditional military systems adopt this approach. As for the pulse Doppler radar, it has its own strengths and weaknesses, and our FMCW has its own strengths and weaknesses too. But as for FMCW, a very small object in a near distance, and as for the pulse Doppler, 500 kilometers and 100 kilometers is the vision range, whereas FMCW vision range is rather small. However, its detection range is about 15 kilometers, which is enough to detect attack drones. And compared to the traditional one, it consumed less power, and also we can feed a huge amount of data into that. We have different 5 steps involved. First and foremost, let's say that we have a drone flying in. Unidentified drone is coming in, and then it will detect it. And after that, it can track the drone. And following that, AI is applied. So on the radar, it identifies whether this is a drone or not. It distinguishes whether it's a bird or drone. So identification is the step of identifying the object, and then using the UI camera, which has the object recognition technology built in. Using that approach, secondary identification is done. Working with many different partners, including C3 and near Earth, we can utilize our technologies to do the soft kill or hard kill. Dr. Lee kept talking about our technology. It's one of the top anti-drone radar technology. We can say so because of this. The detection range. Compared to the others, these are the commercially available ones. One of them is British and the other is American. Currently, this is American one. RADA has become an American company. It was Israeli company before. And as for this one, Phantom 4 drone, they can detect within the range of 6 kilometers. But as for ours, we can detect the Phantom 4 in the range of 13 kilometers. So we can detect the one which is much farther away compared to that of other companies. I'm going to show you in demonstration later on in my presentation. And here, this is very important. Long detection range or distance means that you have enough time to make responses. Let's say that at 100 kilometers per hour, a drone is flying in. So if we have that kind of drone, it means that we have 7 minutes or 8 minutes to do any response. Let's say that we have an attack drone flying into our territory, which is flying 100 kilometers per hour or 150, then we have enough time to make judgment and come up with the measures to make response. So as I said, long detection range equals long response time. And to our clients, we offer this kind of guarantee, stable detection range. For the Phantom 4, we can detect it in the range of 13 kilometers. But we have to take into account weather conditions. So stable detection range, no matter what the weather conditions are, we can detect them within 110 kilometers. And as for the unmanned airplane of North Korea, which is 2 meters long, and as for such kind of object or drone, we can detect within the range of 13 kilometers. And as for the drones that attacked Aramco, and not long ago, the Sabyal drone was launched, and those kind of drones can be detected in the range of 13 kilometers. Usually, people tend to believe much better when I show the proof. Usually, the radar companies, they do not use demonstration video clip. But as for us, we have graphic user interface used for the promotion. And this differentiates our company from others. Back in 2022, we did demonstration in Daegu, in the air above Daegu area. As you see here, the VT-5 drone, let's say that it's flying into us, but it has been detected at the distance of 13.5 kilometers. This is a quite long video. Once they come in, the Phantom 4 drone, it was detected with our system. As for the details, please go to the link to see the video clip later on. Second is this. From last year on, we did the testing on a big scale. This is Gohung Drone Center, where we are located and perform the test regularly every week. Here, this is where we do the drone test. This is Gohung. Radar equipment is located here. And the drone is flying from Bohung, which is far away from this place. This is user interface. Usually radar shows you black and white images, but as for ours, it's very user-friendly. So as you can see, it looks very clean and natural, and it's based on the satellite images. If necessary, it can be converted into different type of maps. On radar, clutters are found. From the ground, we have the radar data generated, and the humans should be able to distinguish the natural clutters or not. But our system has AI built in, which means that they remove all the clutters before we see it. So let's say that we have an object. Once it is identified, let's say that we have an unidentified object. And at the level of 1, the alert will go off. If it's found to be drone, then it's going to be upgraded to alert level 2 or 3. And if the information is significant, which is not necessary, which means that it is not kind of offensive, but necessary information such as vehicles and ship, then the alert level is downgraded to 0. But depending on the specification of the client, we can adjust the alert level. For them, if the ships and vehicles are important object to identify, then the alert level can be upgraded. So you can manipulate the system in terms of the level as you want. So we continue to conduct the test like this. This is what we did last year. Drone demonstration was done. While we are doing that, this is the screen for the pilot, and this is what the actual field looks like. So you can compare the two at the same time. So let me show you the video of the demonstration. This is where it was started. About 9 kilometers away, the drone was flown in. We wanted to fly from 13 kilometers away, but there was a limitation of battery supporting the flight. To the right, we have a pilot and drone. The communication can be disconnected because of the geographical hurdles. Because of the environmental challenges, the communication can be disconnected, but still the drone can be detected. So in that regard, IFF system has a limitation, but ours can go beyond such limitations. To the right, this is a drone that has flown horizontally. And as for the ESA radar, we have a zero Doppler phenomenon. On the Doppler system, the radar is not able to detect because it's moving horizontally. But as for our system, it can distinguish the object which is flying horizontally too. This is what we did recently. 10 meters. When the altitude goes up and vertical movement, can you detect it? Yes, we did the test and proved that you could do it. Very near distance. In the very near distance, the altitude may change or fluctuate very dramatically, which makes it difficult for us to detect, but our system was able to detect them too. We had a collaboration programs implemented with Pablo. In addition to that, we are working with many different partners to do some joint programs. And here, Nearest Lab is another partner, versus RAIN, that we're implementing co-programs together. But this is what was covered before, so I'm going to skip them. So what we believe is this. Radar can detect an object and make judgment, and based on the data they accumulate, using the camera or for the soft gear devices, so we can transfer those data so that we can perform a certain task that you planned. So these are the future. Mobile mounted radar, marine radar, and OTM radar are the ones that we are moving forward to develop in the future. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. He was from Torrid Square. I'm proud that we have invited top players of the Korean market. And as for those business players that we have invited, they collaborate and cooperate and penetrate the overseas market. Thank you so much. And let's move on to the next presentation. I'd like to ask you to keep your time, 15 minutes. And we have covered radar, and now let's go to the jammer.
무력화시키는
So Syslane, who has the best technology in jamming flying objects such as drones, will be giving a presentation on counter-drone jamming technology. Let's welcome Vice President Peck. Please make sure to keep your presentation very short. So he has been asking me to shorten the presentation. I have readied a lot of information about the jamming itself, and I will, rather than talking about my company. So the first page is about the first record of unmanned aerial vehicle, or UAV. It was used in Austria and in the UK. And this fact was well known in various conferences held in Korea. However, the idea of jamming has been put aside largely. Therefore, there are still quite a bit of limitations. But all in all, in the current drone markets, the CAGR is about 15%. However, anti-drone technology market is growing at a rate of 30 CAGR, so it is much bigger in growth rate. So to sum up, what is jamming? In so many words, say, for example, if I'm speaking, if the chair of the organizing committee starts speaking, and his voice is louder than mine, then my voice is overpowered by the bigger voice that has been speaking over me. And this would be a good analogy to jamming technology. So after the radar would detect and track the object, then our jamming technology is a softer technology that would help neutralize the threat. So these are installed or mounted jammers, as well as car-mounted or portable jammers that are available. However, in Korea, legally, these jammer use of these are very limited. The first jammers that were used were for EOD, or explosion explosion-related army or military units used in these jammers. As you can see up above, Dethrone MP. This was the product that was used by the EOD units in the military. And as these equipment become more portable, they are more preferable to bigger units. The core issue was miniaturization and lightweighting. V1, the first version, used to be about 25 kilograms in weight, too heavy for one person to carry, and nobody would buy it. So last year, we created a V3S. Including batteries, we were able to lightweight this down to 5 kilograms. And operations becomes much easier. Of course, bigger equipment would need a heavier weight, but on the ground, in order to do immediate reaction against drones, this is one of the most optimal choices that you can choose. Stability is also an important factor in jamming. In the inception of jamming, CW or continuous wave techniques were used. However, the drawback of this would be certain timetable intervals or bands where frequencies were not generated, so jamming lacked stability. So it is not the new method called the pseudo-random method has been developed so that interference frequencies can be covered across the entire spectrum and time intervals. That was the trend until recently. But then, what does the whole future hold for jammers? The biggest issue would be the integrated jamming control system, along with Syslane, us, and Tortoise Square and Lane. Other companies hold jamming technologies in high regard, and especially we focus on integrated jamming control system. And we are combining technologies, especially with the portable systems. In the US, the Department of Defense are using jammers that have been using AI technology in conjunction with jamming technology. As you can see in number 3 here, it is related to our company's introduction, but we are working with the Korea Defense Science facilities to mount jammers on drones. Whereas in the past, jammers were ground-based, and where we need jammers to be deployed in high security areas, it is impossible for us to mount jammers on drones as of now. However, we have currently applied a patent for jammers mounted on drones. It is using a technology called ICS, or interference cancellation system. So we are disrupting the communication signals of unauthorized drones while receiving its own signals. So as you can see, the blue portion, I'll just explain the GPS portion. The blue portion, it would be the GPS signal used by normal drones. However, our system would use the yellow-colored frequencies, and it would shoot it. And so when those two blue and yellow frequencies collide, then the blue would lose its signal. Then how would our drone evade this feedback? Then we would generate a frequency that is on the opposite jamming signal of the yellow send signal. So the enemy drone that is receiving our attack jamming signal, they would not be able to counteract this, whereas our drone would be able to counteract it. Using this technology, other products have used this ICS technology, and it has been exported. However, we are in the works of securing the patent for this, and we will give you some details after the patent is secured. And once we are able to secure the patent, I believe that will be able to apply our technology to many applications. Syslane, our company, has supplied our products to the ROK military, and POSCO has bought and are using our jammers. Spain and Morocco are also our customers. Relative to other fields, jamming has received less attention. However, the speed of growth is quite high, so I would ask for your interest and support. Our domestic laws make it very difficult for us to develop the jammers. It's very difficult for us to even test. Our portable V2, when we are testing out GPS jamming, we found out that a range of 9 kilometers, it's unheard of in Korea. Even in in the Middle East, that kind of range would be seen. However, it was a first for us here in Korea. So we ask for your support. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Vice President Beck. Flying objects and e-mobility have been our subject of talk, as well as objects moving underwater as well as in the air. Tracking, detecting, and neutralizing these objects is an important part of our future drone technology. Thank you for your presentation. So would you please put CEO Cho's presentation on screen?
현재 체코에
As I said, CEO John is in Czech right now. It seems that this technology required by European countries. So I'm going to make a presentation on behalf of him. So let me make a presentation, and it's going to be very brief. It will take about 2 minutes. Just refer to the files, and I'm going to emphasize this only. Here in the Korean market, small jet engine makers, we have almost none. Back in 2023, in Shenzhen, China, drone exhibition, that's where I went. And for the first time, I saw the small jet engine for the first time in my life. This is what I saw. It was smaller than this, and it was available already. I thought that same time of a product must be here. Israel, Hamas, Yemen, Saudi. And recently we have regions involved in the battles and wars, and they involve or utilize drones. But they are different from the battery drone or hydrogen cell powered drone because they have to fly longer than 1,000 kilometers, and their speed is 500 kilometers per hour. So those kind of drones that we see or read in the newspaper are quite different ones. For the defense and for the security, which is a prevention of terrorists, the small jet engine was needed. But in Korea, we didn't have demand for that. And then there was difficulties in developing the technology. So we didn't have a good player. But recently, we have DSI that developed a small jet engine. And it can now use it, and then they are trying to find a way to integrate in with the drone. So please have a look. It can be built into the drone. So Iran's Shahed 238 is based on similar type of a small engine. And Andrews Roadrunner is the same. Long range, the suicide drones, they are operated on the small engine, not a battery. So please refer to the presentation files. I do not have in-depth knowledge, so I'm going to touch upon the features only at a very high level. These are the specifications. What I want to underscore is this. The altitude is up to 10 kilometers, and then 900 meters per hour is the speed it can fly. And the power source is a gasoline or diesel, sorry, and then it can fly up to 1.5 hours. It was tested locally. And they have not a test in combination with the aircraft yet. So to the Tangjin mayor, please allow us to have the space to perform the test. We should have enough airspace to run the test. And we have such a space needed for this kind of engine too. Thrust power is just 90 kilogram, and please refer to the photo. So this engine with the thrust power of 90 kilograms, this is a suicide drone. It has explosive built in. So if you do not do a good job of launching, it may explode your site, killing the friendly armies. Or if it drops or falls in the friendly area, it can kill our soldiers. If we do not have explosive in there, we should be able to recover the jet engine so that we can recycle. These are different products which can be made available. This is the first localized small jet engine introduced to the market. So for the defense and security, it can be used. And to defend our country, we may take advantage of this technology too. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation, which is done on behalf of DSI. Thank you.
예,
So I have put on 3 hats. It's difficult for me to hold on to so many hats then. And I appreciate everyone's attendance, and especially Mayor Oh. Please give us your presentation on the projects that have taken place and will take place in the future. Thank you very much. Welcome. Hello, as introduced, I am Mayor Oh, Mayor of Tangjin. So I will begin right now. So here is a short introduction on Tangjin City mobility business status and strategies. So to give a brief overview of Tangjin, we have a population of around 170,000. It's the highest since 50 years ago. And during my term, 4,157 people have increased. And in the surrounding region, 70% are losing population. However, we have been able to attract investments. And including all investments that are still pending, we received 10.3 trillion Korean won. And we are expediting licensing, and although it may take about 30 days for development permits, we have shortened this. And we are operating at a speed that is faster than any other local government in Korea. We have also completed the onboarding of local industrial complexes. So all three, Hapseong, Sundeong, as well as Songsan and Songmun industrial complexes have all been populated. Songmun is at 73, Songsan is also being populated. It is very popular for onboarding companies. As I mentioned earlier, we have quite a number of tanks from Samsung, Lotte Chemical, and Hyundai Industrial Development companies. We have secured 1.7 trillion won's worth of investment from Hyundai Industrial Development as well as other companies. So along with POSCO International and LX International, we have invested 670 billion won for the building of Gode Pier LNG terminal. And the first hydrogen energy city has been designated. Dangjin is the first city to be designated so. So companies are using recycled plastic to produce hydrogen. Green hydrogen electrolysis centers have also been completed and are operating. Also, public programs have been designated, and we are putting this in place. An industrial innovation park will be established at Dangjin. A complex will be formed housing 35 mobility companies, including in auto parts, automobile management services, etc. So in February, President Yoon Suk-yeol held the presidential livelihood debates, and when it came to Chungnam, he said that about 300 billion Korean won investment will be sent into mobility complex logistics. Mobility logistics complex will be established, as well as to create a hydrogen mobility complex. So this building is the Drone Industry Support Center building. We had a drone fishing competition. A drone would send over the lure about 450 meters out into sea, and the Minister of Land Infrastructure and came to the competition. And the minister said that drones will become the future. The drone center and drone houses the drones promotion center, LIG, next one, as well as Pablo Air. They helped to set up and organize the event. Test flight proving grounds can be utilized as well. Testing, proving can be done here. Also, we would like to do drone logistics or drone delivery. This is a testing for feasibility funded by the central government. So at the local government level, we would provide the testing when we receive funding from the central government. We heard from Pablo Air. We worked alongside Pablo to conduct these feasibility tests. Next, we have the disaster response integrated solutions. It's a first of its kind in Korea. It's a special purpose vehicle, and it's a station that would respond to disasters and natural disasters. We will create a budget and we will do the testing. As we mentioned earlier, Sunjin Corp will be cooperating with us, as well as Parity Inc. Parity, as you remember, is located in Tangjin, and they are specializing in liquefied hydrogen. Also, the drone light show will be held May 14th at the Sapo Bridge. We will be working with Town ENC and Pablo Air. And Pablo Air and Town Hall ENC will each hold their own shows. And it's as the first time that Tangjin and City of Tangjin, Pablo Air and ENC will be working together. Each Saturday, every week, we hope to hold drone shows so that tourists may enjoy them. We hope that going forward, mobility and drones will play a key part in placing Tangjin on the innovation map of Korea. And we will spare no support in becoming a local government that emphasizes drones and supporting drone-related organizations and companies. Please come to Tangjin for testing and investing and getting investment into your companies related to drones. I would like to thank you once again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Oh. So in Jeju-do, if you're not on Jeju-do, you're said to be on land. And thank you for making your way to Jeju from the land. Next speaker is from the, Jeju Island provincial government, and they will be speaking on the ongoings on the island. For 6 years, I have been working with the Korea Air Safety Technology Center, and feasibility tests have been supported, and we have supported local provincial governments. And over the past many years, we have cooperated in testing and doing evaluations.
And I found that Jeju is doing the best. As for Jeju, he talks about the future for the drone business, and he asked me what will be the benchmarking place, and I told him that you should benchmark Jeju for the drone development. We have listened to the presentation by Dang Jin Mayor. Then let's move on to Jeju, which is at the center of the Jeju drone industry too. So let's move on to invite a speaker from Jeju Island. Very glad to see all of you. As you introduced, I'm from Jeju Island, and space mobility is the department that I'm charged in, which means that in Jeju, I'm in charge of space and then future mobility. What I want to tell you beforehand is this. Every year we have this EV Expo. It has been renamed e-mobility to expand our scope. Going beyond EV, we will grow to become a hub of e-mobility. As for Jeju Island, we have more than 10% of EV out of all the cars. Across the nation, the EV market ratio is about 2.5, but ours is over 10%, which is in line with the clean island image, and then we help achieve carbon neutralization. I'm going to move quickly since we are behind schedule. I'm going to talk about future mobility strategy of Jeju. As I said, I'm from this division. I'm not a usual government official, kind of open type of government official. I've been in this business for about 6 years. I will make sure that we have a successful program of this. One of the most important policy of Jeju Island is Jeju Urban Air Mobility. Let me briefly explain it to you. As for the urban mobility, a number of municipalities are competition. Why? Because UAM concept is what matters. Using battery or hydrogen, it helps people to move around in the urban areas. It has less noise and eco-friendly transportation means or approach. UAM is a kind of a proper noun, but in the global market, it is called AAM or RAM. So they are all equivalent to UAM. Market size wide, the Morgan Stanley projected that by the year 2040, the market volume will be around $1 trillion. As for the Ministry of Korea, they believe that the market will grow exponentially too. As you see here, the UAM aircraft, by the year 2050, there will be more than 100,000 UAM in operation. We should have a good policies to support UAM. However, in the future, UAM will be efficient transportation means and function like vehicles that you use on the road today. And here we have a UAM, the global trend. As you see here, it's an eco-friendly transportation and has a big promising market potential. In the US, FAA come up with this criteria, IOS standardization. And as for Korea, we plan to commercialize it by the year 2025. In the global market, there is an intense competition to be the leader of UAM. Then why Jeju is implementing this program? Because it does not generate carbon. It's in line with our policies, and it's one of the eco-friendly transportation we can utilize on island. We have more than 15 million tourists coming to our island. So in that context, UAM can be used in part of the tourist programs. UAM can move around any places that you may think, but it's different from what we plan. You have taken the airplane to come to this island, right? UAM is designed based on the aviation policies like airplanes do. So when it comes to the airplane route and the safety, we will abide by very tight regulations, and Vertiport will also comply with the regulations too. UAM Act will be amended in the future, and Jeju Island is working on our plan for UAM. We have different types of airplanes. eVTOL, which is like the airplanes that you use all the time. These kind of planes require runway, whereas eVTOL does not require long runway because they can do landing and taking off vertically. And the thrust can be gained by moving up. As for the airplanes, Joby and OVO Air are the companies that produce the airplanes for eVTOL that we plan to introduce. We have different types, wingless and winged. And rotor directions can be adjusted. So KUAM Dream Team Consortium has been organized, and we have signed an Memorandum of Understanding and have regular meetings with related parties. These are the minimum requirements for the operation of UAM, eVTOL aircraft, and S1 is what we have. The Jovian Aviation, and the maximum speed is 240 kilometers per hour. Second requirement is vertiport, where the UAM can take off and land. We have a hub, port, and stop. And the third is the traffic management system for UAM. Using the traffic system, based on the system, the UAM aircraft will fly along the designated lines in the air. And what will be the ideal spots or sites where we build vertiport? We have a small size vertistop, and medium size of vertiport. If the size is bigger than that, we call it vertihub. We have 2 gates in vertiport, and as for the vertihub, it has more gates. Around the Jungmun and Seongsan, we have conducted a feasibility study, and further studies will be done. As you see, during the Paris Olympics, UAM demonstrations will be done in 2025, when they have Osaka Expo, they will also commercialize UAM. That's what the Japan plans to do. As you see, advanced countries are making huge investment into UAM. As for Korea, we are trying to have the schemes ready to commercialize UAM by the year 2025. As for Jeju, as for the feasibility study, the Ministry of Land is conducting the feasibility study in which Jeju has joined in the category of tourism. As for UAM, the Ministry of Land launched the project about 10 years ago. And among all the municipalities, Jeju joined and continued to play a role as a working group. And we are engaged in the project to predict the profitability and the ripple effect of the commercialization, and also join the KUAM Dream Team Consortium, working with Korea Aviation Corporation, SKT, and Hanwha System Consortium. We have formed the Dream Team Consortium. And this year, we will draw a detailed plan for this. And this is a ripple effect that we expect to have. Platform operation and logistics and the management system. These are the areas that we may have ripple effects. We initiated or we signed the MOU in 2022, and same year we launched the feasibility study too. And KUAM Dream Team was organized in December 2022, and simulator and promotion video were produced. So whenever we have an event, we play these promotional videos. And as for Joby and OVA, we have signed the MOU agreement with those companies in October 2023. A is airport, B is Songsan, and C is Jungmun, where we are located right now. So drawing the line cannot create a corridor. We need to examine the weather conditions and wave, and the wavelengths or frequencies. And taking all these account, we have designed a corridor. These are the potential spots in which we can add more vertiport. In total, 12 of them. For the safety, many people have raised some questions. As for the aircraft itself, we are going to introduce those ones whose safety has been certified in the USA. So from Joby, once a full certification is secured, we will go through a process to prove its safety on our own. And then on Jeju, we will introduce those kind of systems and operate it here in Jeju. I'm going to play the promotional video that we have produced. I hope you enjoy watching it.
아,
I have covered UAM, and we will make sure that we have a good programs implemented. I have about 3 minutes to go, so let me talk about our drones. As touched upon, as mentioned by the moderator, Jeju is one of the model municipalities who is doing a good job when it comes to drone. And when we wanted to introduce drone, there was strong resistance because we have a strong wind, which is not good environment for drone. But I wanted to implement it because those drones that are proven, that can be operated anywhere in the country, in Korea, or in the rest of the world. That's the spirit with which I started. We have a sandbox. Using drones, we have a number of regulations. So for the regulations, we were able to kind of amend the regulations in line with the drone operation, and natural gas distribution, it can be utilized for the natural gas management. So these are the programs that have been implemented. And concept proof program has been implemented. And as you see here, Jeju was chosen as a model city for drone, and special area was designated for the drone operation. In 2023 and 2024, we have been running some testing, working with the computer companies so that we can introduce new programs to introduce. To promote the drone industry, we have making continued investment. We have operated drone city or area. In 2023, we operated test bed. To secure the infrastructure for the drone identification management system has been installed. So drone delivery system has been introduced for the safe operation, drone delivery model, and then safe airline system and regulations were established. In the airspace of Jeju, LTE-based identification system, the K-Dreams has been verified. The real-time identification system has been tested and certified. And real-time identification can be done using our system. LTE network has been built into the system so that the data can be sent very rapidly to provide the information to the air control system. The delivery can be done to the small areas which are far away from Jeju. Drone infrastructure is installed and delivery has been made to the remote islands. Up to 15 kilograms of the payload has been transported to the islands around Jeju. It takes less than 7 minutes to make the delivery. Here, the delivery is done this way. Up to 3 kilograms of the goods have been transported and delivered automatically. Or the delivery applications was done, and then the tracking can be done by the users too. In the Gapado, the very fresh marine products can be delivered for sales. So the reverse delivery was done using our system. And to support our marine women who are growing old, we also utilize our services. Leading the drone program, we have provided our services to support our residents and improve their quality of life, and we will commit to create the advanced hub city for the drone operation. We have two more slides, but it was touched upon in the video clip, so I'm gonna skip that. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation, and before that, let me add one comment. Looking back, I realized that there has been a lot of advancement achieved thanks to you, those companies who have been involved in this industry to make further development of the technology. And those technologies has helped us to achieve our dreams. It has gone through the commercialization process, and now we are ready to penetrate the overseas market as well. Thank you. We are going to provide all the best support to you in the future too. Yes, it was very impressive. Thank you so much. And to Jeju and to you, I'd like to thank you for making wonderful presentation. Mayor Dang Jin, I believe that you are very motivated to proceed, right? We have government officials and then the provincial council members, and I believe that you are well motivated. You have seen what to benchmark from Jeju presentation. But without further ado, we are going to move on to the next presentation because we are behind the schedule. So let's move on to session 3. We are going to learn from overseas players from the USA, Malaysia, and Singapore. So they are going to share what they have done. Thank you so much for coming. And Dang Jin Mayor, I believe that you have a lot to learn from the cases of the overseas countries. I believe that you will enjoy the session too. So let's bring the session 2 to the end. And let's move on to session 3. We are going to have like a very short 30-second break. Do not go out of the hall. We are going to move on to the session 3 right away.
자리 네 사람 다. 아 그래요? 예. 그러면 예, 우리 저 행사 준비하시는 분 그 토론 시간.
So the organizers, the 4 chairs that we need for the discussants, they will need to sit on the chairs, and the chairs need to be on the stage. So they will all go to the stage all together, so please prepare the stage for the discussants.
빨라 그게. 어차피 사진 찍기도 좋아. 한꺼번에.
우리 제가 이제 시작할 때 마이크를 내릴 겁니다. 고맙습니다.
지금 바로 하나요? 지금 4개 깔고 여기 앉아 계시다가 발표할 때는 이동하시면 포디움 그대로 줄 거예요. 의자에 앉아 계시다가 발표하시는 분은 포디움에 가서 일정 표현은 4시에도 나오는 거 나가신데 인터넷에는 차가 오면 한 8시간 오지 않을까? 이것만 거두면 되잖아. 내일 이용 다 거둘 거. 들어올 때 차를 도청에 세우는 게 편하다.
자, 시간 관계상
So, because of time constraints, we will now begin. Please take your seats. So, Mr. Cho from Dangjin City, as well as other people, could you notify the people who have gone out of the hall to re-enter?
Right. Yeah, bottles in. Water bottle, please.
물병.
Right. Okay. Ready?
자,
Rock and roll.
예, 이 세션에 이어서 이제 3세션을
So we have finished our second session. We will now begin the third session. Moderating session 3 will be Chairman Kwon Hee-chun of NACSI and ACSI. Also, we have one tardy VIP. This distinguished guest is very related and very involved with laws with drones. He has stood up and was recognized. So, will I have to give you a greeting in English? If I say Assalamu alaikum, please just say hello back.
Be very new, unique, extraordinary session for your country and your country, especially United States and Singapore and Malaysia. So, so to speak, we are discussing about UAM, the new trend. So I would say it's usually we had in Jeju Island. So Korea is very advanced. That's why we kindly invite you here. For that, we share your ideas, your country, what your policy, your technology, something else. That they all listening, that bilingual. They also have a translator. They are bring you. That we do that in 한국말로 하라고? Oh yeah. So we can do and just speak freely. Okay. Okay, let's start one of our. I'll just introduce one of our speakers. One is from Singapore. His name is Pretiant, Mr. Pretiant. He's now in charge of that positioning the BICE UAM Association in Singapore. Okay, Dr. Rester, okay, say hello to everyone. Dr. Rester, yeah, you're from Malaysia. Okay, you say hello to everyone first time.
Hello, how guys? It's my pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank Mr. Hakim for inviting me here. Yeah, so it's quite unique. So anyone who wants to know anything on maybe how the development of UAVs in Singapore and its market, maybe you all can talk to us. Okay, then later we'll have another discussion. And then I think the biggest market is Malaysia also. So I'll hand it over to Dato' Lester.
Hello everyone, I'm Lester Tay from Malaysia World UAV Federations and as well as Malaysia UAV Development Association. Thank you Hakim for inviting us, Malaysia's delegations, to this beautiful island, Jeju Island. Yeah, Malaysia is growing exponentially for this industry, UAV, as well as the next very lucrative economic outlook for UAM. So yeah, we actually welcome the industry players to come over to Malaysia to invest, and then the exchange of knowledge for the updated of these technologies. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for kind explanation. And the last one.
예, 뭐 저는 그냥 한국말로 하겠습니다.
I'm going to speak in Korean. If you do not mind. I'm from the USA. I'm going to talk about the US market and talk about the drone industry and drone technologies. My name is Park Sang-bum from the USA.
So we have very distinguished speakers in here. The first one from Singapore. So please welcome abroad to him. Thank you. You go first. Britian, I can tell you that we have already spent a lot of time in the former session. That's why we have to make.
네, 지금 시간이 많이 지나서 짧고 굵은 임팩트를 나눌 수 있도록.
Yeah, I did. Go to next page. Yeah, I did. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, I'll be talking about in Singapore generally and also for the entire global outlook. So as what Mr. Hakim has highlighted, Dr. Hakim has highlighted, I'll make it short. Okay, we can have further discussions later. Okay, my background is very, very different because I'm actually I'm pilot trained. So I'm actually an instructor and a pilot for both. I've done the military as well as commercial, and I've been in the industry for 30 years. Okay, so why I'm here talking about UAVs is because when COVID hit, we cannot fly. So we cannot fly. So what happens was I discovered that there's this new emerging technology. And this emerging technology, and because of COVID, started to explode. And it's actually the UAV. So that was how I got involved in UAV. So now part of my business, as well as working on the Federation as a vice president of the Singapore chapter, I'm also doing UAV and pilot training itself. So that's my background. Okay, I'll be talking about 4 sectors. Okay, we'll talk about the overview of the aviation ecosystem. What's the potential of global market for UAVs, VTOLs, the opportunities and challenges that are encountered now, and of course, Singapore's small mobility market. Okay, overview of the aviation ecosystem. Okay, as what I have highlighted just now was that because of the COVID, it actually gave rise to this, sorry, excuse me. Actually, because of COVID, it actually gave rise to this unique economy. This new economy is emerging, and later we can actually see how the global market is. Okay, low-level economy has actually already been defined within the last, I think, about 2 years. It is anything or any business opportunity when you are flying below 1,000 feet. And what is low-level economy? It covers delivery drones, agriculture, disaster relief drones, and even air taxis. So this entire sector is a new economy, and it's actually exploding. So that is why I'm actually coming here, trying to see and maybe talk to people about this new economy. And everyone here is talking about e-mobility drones. So this is the low-level economy. Okay, there are actually 3 big broad thrust vectors for the low-level economy. We have military, we have commercial, and then we have recreational. The 2 biggest markets that have been identified is your commercial and recreational. Why? Because both of them are related to each other. So if any Korean company or any company wants to go into these industries, is the commercial as well as the recreational sectors which is strongly encouraged to go into. Okay, there are a couple of concepts to have an ecosystem for the low-level economy. And we have got the operational examples, which is actually the application, unique applications for the UAV. Next, the existing flight systems, which is actually the prevailing businesses which exist. And then we have the common systems, which is actually the common systems or the software. So we have hardware, we have existing systems, and then we have software. And all these three must give benefits to the entire low-level economy. Okay? How's the global market? Okay, we should have a look at this now. Okay, this is basically the global market. As we can see, the low-level economy is on an exponential rise. It's an exponential rise, and we anticipate, as you can see, $160 billion worth of businesses to be done. And from here, we can actually identify two big business opportunities for drones. One is marketing, and the other one is mapping and surveying, as well as the precision agriculture. Why? Because all of us, in fact, a lot of governments, what they are doing now is we know what is food security. So we need farms to be taken care by drones because there is a lot of opportunity for food security. All those broad categories which we saw is going to be broken up into two. One is anything that flies below 1,000 feet is basically your UAVs. And the next biggest market is your VTOL, which is your air taxis. And from here, we can actually see the biggest market is going to be VTOL market and in Asia Pacific. Okay? VTOL is air taxis. Okay, key drivers for this low economy. So if you want to have a low-level economy, what are the drivers that constitute to this? We have technological advancements, we have industrial demands, versatility, and government policies and regulations. Technological advancement, what are they? Okay, technological advancements is like all of us are here for. If there's better technological advancements, take for example, using alternative sources of battery which can last longer, using hydrogen, okay, and of course using artificial intelligence, these are three big sectors that we can actually go into, which if we have these advances, it will encourage more SMEs to go into this industry, which will bring the cost of drone companies lower. Therefore, there is more business sense, economics of growth. Industrial demands. As what I've highlighted is, because of COVID, a lot of users of drones was basically encouraged. A lot of new industries emerged. So we can say that industry demands and environment demands is the one that is going to push for the new, has one of the drivers for drone industry itself, okay? Next, versatility. We know now, again, because of COVID, post-COVID period, drones have exploded. So now we can find drones being used almost anywhere. It is all dependent on us to create the need, where can drones be used? It has been used so creatively from what drone shows to basic agriculture, even for scanning of QR codes, we actually are using drones. So I feel that it is for us to create the need for other industries for drones use. Okay, last one is going to be the greatest challenge. In my experience, this is actually the greatest challenge that people in the low altitude economy are facing. It's the rules and regulations. Okay, there are many countries that say, I want to use drones, I think I can do it, okay? But unfortunately, they do not have any proper rules or regulations, and they are just buzzing around. But if something happens, then no one can fly drones anymore. So this is a big thing which basically industrial leaders as well as regulating bodies must look into, okay, to make the low-level economy be a success. Okay, as you can see, if we have got the drivers, and then we have got all the drivers, what can happen is we can see a 5.5 year-on-year increase in the low-level economy, and that will constitute to about 35% exponential increase in the growth that will give us that $167 billion worth of market share by 2028. Okay, opportunities and challenges. I said that there are lots of opportunities, okay, in the drone industry. The thing is, we can actually support the prevailing industries, or we can create new one and be more creative. That is one thing that we can do. And of course, challenges. The greatest challenges are always, I would say, it's always the rules and regulations. The regulators must work with the industry players properly to formulate a proper rule and regulation and safety procedures. Okay, this is Singapore. Singapore is a very small country. Okay, it's just a one dot. So what is the problem in Singapore is you can see that the numbers for business, for amount to do business in Singapore for air mobility as well as drones is only $5.9 million as of this year. But there are 261 operators. And most of the operators are doing the same things. They are doing aerial photography, they are doing videography, they are doing building inspection. So there's nothing, in fact, I honestly have to highlight that there is not much market for drones in Singapore. But what, let's say, Korean companies can do is they can value add to these 261 operators. That means they can value add to these 261 operators to their services, which can give you all an opportunity to actually grow in Southeast Asia. So Singapore can actually be used as a platform to spread to all other Southeast Asian countries. So this is what the 261 will give you, a stepping stone to Southeast Asia. Okay, as I highlighted, what is the problem that Singapore cannot emerge? And maybe we can use your expertise. We do not have airspace. We have 5 military bases, and the military bases are beside each other. So we have no airspace. And of course, Singapore is a very small country, buildings everywhere. There is noise. Noise abatement procedures are not well drafted out. Next, infrastructure. We do not have vertiports. We do not have vertiports. We do not even have portable vertiports, okay? And again, if you want to create something in Singapore, we need rules and regulation to set out the infrastructure for VTOL, even for drones itself. Okay, and of course, there has to be, just like any drone market, the population has to be educated. So Singapore's population and perception is not very matured yet. Okay, so they need to be educated. Okay, I've identified where Korea or any other countries basically can help Singapore. Firstly is, as I mentioned, that there is a lot of operators, 261 operators doing the same thing or similar thing. So what we need to do is Korean companies can come to Singapore, do research with the educational institutes, give the educational institutes projects to do, then the students will be doing the projects. Then after that, Korean companies can actually commercialize in that region, in Indonesia, in Malaysia,
Chris,
and things of such
your
nature.
final is 1 minute.
Yes, done. Okay, so yeah, I said Korean companies can come, value add to the Singapore market and expand into Southeast Asia. That is gap 2 also, lack of opportunities. So please help us. Okay, finish, done. Okay, regulations, we need to regulate, and so far I hope we can use your training, use your skills as well as your rules and regulations that you all have formulated out in Korea, and Singapore lacks the training also, so maybe can help and work together with us. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for your yeah. You finalize very unique, right? So 1 minute, so impossible, right? Anyway, just you have 261 operators in Singapore. That's why you don't have any experience, regulation, rules. That's why we need the Korean companies coming to Singapore to make a connection, kind of things you can do. Now they are all the same thing. They do the job together, right?
Yes.
All right. 싱가포르에는 지금 한 261개 드론회사가 있는데
There are 261 operators, but they do not have that much experience. They have not implemented that much businesses because they do not have a RMB project. We have a national or state fund in Singapore. So in Singapore, if something is good, it can be commercialized. So if you are interested in drone and Singaporean market, please contact him.
Tato Lester is Thai. It's UAV Federation in Singapore chapter. So you do that same thing, right? I told you that. I know you are every man. You can just make a quick, 10 minutes, right? Tato Lester, please, big applaud for him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lester from Malaysia UAV Development Association, as well as World UAV Federation's Malaysia chapters. So I would like to present on this drone technologies and its development in Malaysia for counter-terrorism. Okay, for the introductions, is actually Malaysia relatively free from the major terrorism incidents, but we face the regional and the global terrorist groups like IS, the Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, Jemaah Ismail, JI, Abu Sayyaf group for the pirate, and then that put us in the risk of the attack against the local and the foreign targets. So in fact, we have 400 Malaysians were detained for suspected links to terrorist group, including those who traveled to join IS in Syria or Iraq. So 2017 Movida nightclub attack in our Puchong show Malaysia is not immune to such threats on our soil farm homeland. Okay, Malaysia's strategic locations also makes protecting borders and maritime areas against infiltrations a priority. So importance of leveraging the new technology, like drones in counter-terrorism is very important. So the drone is actually is a technology asset for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and response operations. The drones offers the advantages for the extended operation range, enhanced situation awareness, reduced risk exposure compared to traditional manned mission, especially for the patrolling, border monitoring, hostage threat assessment, deterrence, show of force, and tactical countermeasure delivery. Okay, the integrating drones with other data sources like satellites, sensor, analytics can create a formidable counterterrorism network. Many nations are actually adopting drones for multiplier against the changing face of terrorist attack. Okay, basically the drones with the cameras or the advanced cameras or the sensors of the cameras can actually detect on the terrorist activities, movement, or hideout. So to undertake the continuous monitoring of remote area borders, marine coastline to detect the intrusions and illegal cross-border. This is much on the security, the national securities of the coastal line and national securities of a nation. Okay, so they will have drones that are capable to fly 24 hours for the extended surveillance capability from US, Israel, and now I heard, I saw just now the liquefied hydrogens of 16 hours endurance from Korea, which is quite impressive. So as well as the thermal cameras on drones can identify the human presence using the AI combinations and the algorithm together with the existing thermal camera. So the data from drone surveillance can actually integrate to other sources of in-depth analysis. Okay, basically this is very tactical and strategic approach by using drone for the counter-terrorists. So maybe because of the time, I expedite these slides. Okay, the extended flights of the range of hundreds of kilometers in a single fuel tank or high resolution and a sensor like multispectral cameras or thermal cameras, an ability to operate the hazardous environments by using the manned missions. So we actually encourage and we actually transform our teams, our forces by using the unmanned instead of the manned aerial vehicle. Okay, there are several agencies in Malaysia that is very prompt using on this technology, like our Loyal Malaysia Police. They have their drone unit under the Air Operation Force unit. Then the Malaysia Armed Forces, especially the Loyal Malaysia Air Force, uses drone for surveillance and intelligence reconnaissance. The Malaysian Maritime Enforcement Agency deploys drones for coastal and offshore monitoring. So the existing usage is actually the area monitoring, the maritime, and then conducting the perimeter surveillance in a sensitive location, and then the search and rescue. Okay, of course, many parts of the world having the same, almost similar or the same challenges, but the opportunity are a lot in Malaysia. So, oh, sorry. Okay. So the challenges is something like the regulatory challenges, the regulatory hurdles, okay, lack of comprehensive regulatory framework makes large-scale drone operations difficult. So especially for the BVLOS approval and the privacy concern on need to be addressing. Okay, then the data management, the vast amounts of data captured by drone sensor raises storage, processing, and analysis challenges. Robust cybersecurity and data governance policies are needed. Counter drone threats, as drone usage increases, the risk of them being hacked, spoofed, and used as weapon by terrorists also grows. Counter drone systems are required. So the opportunities are integrating AI analytics, combining drones data with AI machine learning can actually enhance automated detections of threats, pattern recognitions, and predictive analysis of counterterrorism. And like the swarm technology that display by, I think there's one, Pablo Air. So they were actually having the network of swarm of drones can significantly expand mission capabilities through coordinated surveillance and the precision attack and defense tactics. So the need for public and private collaboration, like the government agency need to partner with local drone companies, startups, and the academy to drive R&D, training, and capability developments rather than rely on foreign vendors. But we do have, that's the national level. The international level, we actually need the collaboration with like Korea, Singapore, US, and all over the regions and the international, yes. So indigenous drone technology like Malaysia should invest in developing the drone design, manufacturing, and operating capability aligned to its specific use cases and requirements. This reduces reliance on the import and the self-sufficient ecosystem. This is one of the target from Malaysia because we are actually, just for the extra information, only the drone, DJI drone itself, have the revenue of 100 million last year in Malaysia, a year. So 8 years ago, they only have about 300,000. It is the usage of inspection, asset critical inspections, and a lot of developments. Then we are also having several companies that have the PE or private equity or the what I call venture capitals attention that actually invested I think more than 200 million. So very encouraging. Okay, this is this is about all right. Come back to cyber security or the counter terrorism. Of course, there are a lot of usage. These are some of the case study that we have done. Actually, is actually about 11 years ago. So we already started using drones in Malaysia. So for the coastal, for the air forces, the drone images, the intelligence and the attacks are proving, So, okay, come to the conclusion. Actually, we are developing a coordinated national strategy, and then we also want to invest in training and workforces, because as for your information, Malaysia have more than 30,000 UAV pilots, and then Malaysia also have a certification they call RCOC, the Remote Pilot Competency Certificate, which encourage it's not exactly a license, but it's a competency certificate issued by our Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, CAM. So it allows the pilot or the operator to actually fly the drones with different category. There are about 4 categories: the basic, the agriculture, and then for the surveillance, and then for the BVLOS, beyond visual line of sight. So after you obtain the license, you can actually perform and get the permit to fly from Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia. So, then this will actually enabling the regulatory and the policy ecosystem to grow systematically. So for the public awareness and community support, is actually we want the public acceptance by using the drones. So our association is constantly creating the awareness from the low level, like the school program, the primary school, secondary school, and universities, and the vocational institution. So we embedded our syllabus into their STEAM program, the science, technology, engineering, arts, and there's 1M. Yeah, so there's technology programs in the school syllabus. So all the students or all the so-called the young generation can actually adopt the technology real fast. With that, thank you so much. Thanks for your attention, and thank you for the invitation from Hakim.
Thank you. Shukran. Thank you. 지금 이 친구가 얘기하기는 지금
Thank you so much. In Malaysia, there was a rebel attack. It was part of the land was occupied, but using the drone, they performed the attack operation. So Counter-Strike is where it was used in Malaysia. And Professor Yu was invited to Malaysia to make a presentation. During the Roh Moo-hyun regime, IT 839 policy was introduced, but it was overturned when the new regime took office. So IT industry has made a lot of advances, and he said that Malaysia has a potential, big opportunities for you, make investment and get involved. We have Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia, and I contacted these 3 countries. And as for the speaker in Indonesia, he was in traffic accident. He wasn't able to join us. That's why we have these 3 backup speakers. And if we have this program continued, I believe that Indonesia has a lot of islands and land mass, which means that it has a big potential. So we have a big market in Indonesia and Malaysia, and as for the Singapore is located at the center. So it can be a hub from which your programs or products can spread. They share the same culture. You have the same type of people living there and share the same culture. So once you explore and penetrate the market of Singapore, you can spread to neighboring countries.
So that we will discuss more when we finish our this session. They will have a lot of questions as well. Okay. So finally, we're another big speakers from United States. Actually, he's not think about a lot of UAM, but he has very unique technology. It's a wireless charging, because when you're using the UAM, the charging the battery in ecosystem is the key factors. That's why we invited him when he was in here. His boss is coming too, and so he will the presentation. Wow, United States, they are doing what kind of UAM, the technology they have, and he will also present their new technology of wireless charging. Okay, please. You can use your English or Korean, whatever. Okay.
네, 여기
Why you prefer?
네, 대부분의 한국 우리 분들이 계시기 때문에.
So most of the audience is Korean, so I will be speaking in Korean, and I will be speaking a little bit fast because of time constraints. So as introduced, I am based in Robotics is based in Seattle. My name is Park Sang-bum, and I'm Asia Regional Director. I'm sure you have heard of the Night of the Fangdead. It's based in Seattle. But if you come in the summer, it's almost the weather is almost like Jeju Island in Seattle in summer. So I hope you will come to visit us. At Robotic, what we do is we wanted to create a technology that can charge a pacemaker that is installed in the body. And after COVID, the robots market has expanded, and we are charging up to 1 kilowatts. And this is the field that we are focusing on. In the eastern region of Indonesia and to the end, the length of that area is almost as long as from Singapore to Korea. Also, there is great potential in the U.S. Market, so I will speak on that as well. So today's topic is UAMs, so I will cover this very briefly, but our moderator has talked about this portion, so I will just slightly cover this and go ahead. As you can see, growth is exponential. There's a CAGR of almost 35%, and of that, 48% of the growth will originate from North Korea. And last year, there was almost 36% growth in North America. Earlier on, we covered all this. However, in the U.S., there's growing traffic congestion and the greenhouse gas emissions. All these issues are contributing to the growth potential of this industrial field. There are also restraints. So, flying taxis, as well as technological challenges and regulation and infrastructure limitations exist. As we covered during the Singapore case, regulations are very important. Regulation and infrastructure both are very important. Whether it is a smaller or bigger city, regulations and infrastructure also play a bigger role. I have not been living in Korea for a long time, so I'm not sure about the regulation processes, but in the US, the regulation processes are very complicated. Just to give one example, FAA last year, in order to create the drone ID, we wanted to put this on schedule, but passing the Congress or local institutions and legislature, I'm sure you know, U.S. state is separated into states. So you have federal laws and you have state laws. And all these relationships are complicated. And the speed of legislation is quite slow compared to, like, Korea. And some of these interconnected issues include public acceptance. And this is also related with regulation and legislation. We also have to consider economic considerations as well. So this recharging battery technology or lightweighting, it will continue to grow. I have no doubt about this. Especially for autonomous driving, there is a big, huge need. And it is the key enabler that will allow the success of UAMs and eVTOL aircraft to fly within cities. And related technologies are developing, especially with the development of AI algorithms. So continued growth will be expected. In addition, vertiports establishment the need for establishing vertiports is very high. So various stakeholders, including public and private institutions, and the city planners, all will need to come together and cooperate. And they have been cooperating better than before. And so the restrictions that I mentioned earlier, they have culminated in the challenges that you have seen on the previous slide. So as mentioned earlier, the autonomous systems are on the rise in the US since there's a dearth of people and wages are on the rise. So there are various applications where drones, robots, autonomous systems are needed. So from that point of view, wireless charging technologies would be needed, and in our development, we have benefited from these needs. So as you can see in the bottom left, I think one of the presidents mentioned a private spaceship that was sent to the moon, and it would be charged on the moon through photovoltaic technology. And we were actually asked by NASA to create such a system for charging, and it is under development. So we have many people working in the drone field, and you have all mentioned autonomous takeoff and landing, as well as storage pads and so the battery issue is a very major one. How will we be able to resolve this issue then? So some of the issues include sparks or connector failing after multiple plugins, and how will we manage battery discharging and the communications between robot and charger? So not only will we need to do wireless charging that helps autonomous charging, but we will need to use data in order to provide a solution in a wholesale package way. So efficiencies will be very important. We will need to leverage the efficiencies so that we may save over twofold in costs. Drones, robots, related areas are where our chargers are being utilized. We have our charger, we have our transmitter and the wireless power, and data and power is transmitted wirelessly. All in all, 170, 130 grams in weight. It is very light in weight, just over 300 grams. So I'm sure that it will be useful in various applications. So in various forms of fleets, our products are being used. And this is an open type application of our product. We have roofed takeoff and landing pads, but this one, it is open to the atmosphere. We have deployments in Korea, including LH, and it has been used in proving tests in smart cities as well. So in the drone, smart city industries and drone industries, I'm sure you will be able to make good use of our products. So these are some samples of application that you may take note of. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to the contact information that you see on screen. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. One last thing. So since we are all players in the drone industry, the U.S. and you mentioned regulations in the U.S. as being a block, and in China also there are very strong regulations. Since DJI drones are Chinese-made, there are very strong regulations in the U.S. So although there are great challenges, there is also a great opportunity here as well because of these regulations that are unfavorable towards China-made DJI. So in the public sector, Chinese-made DJI may be constrained in the U.S. market, and it's an opportunity for you to enter into the U.S. market. So in the short term, you'll have some difficulties. But I would encourage you to think more long term. It is not late night right now, so I would encourage you to take a close look and look at what opportunities you have for enhancing the drone market. Thank you very much.
우리 당진 시장이 와 계신데 혹시 나중에
We have a mayor from Dangjin. Maybe he can build his plant in. Are you willing to build a plant in Dangjin? Yeah, we are producing our product in the USA, which means that our cost is rather high, but the mass production can be done in Korea. We have negotiated with some possible players, but there is a limitation, kind of a minimum unit that should be produced. That's a kind of a stumbling block of moving ahead. But I believe that there is a possibility that we have a built and open a plant in Korea too. And we keep talking about China. When it comes to the spare parts and drum assembly market, they have grown a lot. They have become a very big player. But when it comes to the U.S. market, it's publicly banned to you. I mean, in the public sector, drones cannot be used in the U.S. market anymore. And as for the made in China, it's prohibited, but from the Korean business perspective, we need to go with China. So make with China. That's what I believe. And as for the rules and regulations, in China, they do not have that much regulations or laws. But when it comes to China, we do not have that much regulations. And in Korea, you have regulations as a stumbling block, which is to our regret. So those businesses in Korea, Dr. Lee made a presentation to you. And in China, we will make a presentation and talk about the business opportunities there. So 11 speakers will come to China and make a presentation. So we have a big event inviting people from 40 chapters. So if you come to Chuncheon, you will have a chance to meet them.
And we waited all out, right? Anyway. 자, 그래서 끝났다고 말씀을 드리고요.
Shall we bring it to the end? Thank you. Thank you so much. As for the speakers, would you please come down from the stage and get back to your seat? We have two discussants. As for Lee Gi-jeon and Seo Il-young, two discussants, would you please come up to the stage? So let's share their insight with us. I'm going to give only 5 seconds to each one of you, the discussant. So let's place our name tent.
예,
Sorry that we are behind schedule by about 3 minutes, but we will make sure that we will finish 5 to 6. Let me introduce two speakers. I have been with the drone at the police office, but as for the drone, it should have been used in the defense. So from the defense industry, we have experts who have been researching and investing the drone technology. So we have Dr. Lee from the military training command. Actually, I am from the Army training office. I was with the military for 29 years, and I'm going to resign shortly. I was invited last year and invited again this year. Very happy to be with you. So let me share my insight with you. From the mobility industry, we have another speaker. You may believe that this company has nothing to do with the mobility, but rather it's very related to the mobility. Everything that passengers take, the visibility of Meta House is what this company is engaged in. So REP, or representative of Seo from ATAC, is here with us as a discussant. Thank you. We will be talking about the drone. We may have covered all the topics that we have covered from session 1 down to 3, but due to the time restraint, we will just give a short 5 minutes so that we can share your opinions and ideas or insights. So you are given 5 minutes. I'm going to give the microphone to Dr. Lee first. Thank you so much. This session, Korean Drone Investment and Export Strategy Seminar, this is the title of the session. So the key word is convergence or fusion. Why? Because drone has a positive and negative functions. From the manufacturing perspective, not only the manufacturers, but also we have many different players who come up with the technologies, and they should be integrated in a positive way to produce a good quality system that can have a competitive edge and can be a source of the income by exporting abroad. As for the military purposes, it can be used in the military, but at the same time, it can be used in the everyday life. Because function-wise and feature-wise, once it is used in the military, we can have confidence in them. So over the past 2 years, the Russian-Ukraine war has been going on, and last year, Hamas, and recently there was a conflict between Iran and Israel, especially the Ukraine war. When there was an urban operation, drone has been used. It was not talked about that much. Why? Because in Korea, we have been urbanized to a large extent. So let's say that we have that kind of conflict taking place on the Korean Peninsula, then it's going to have a big damage on us. And as for the drones that we operate, it is based on the GPS. Its operation is limited, which means that we need to have a technology that helps us to go beyond that. And underground and in the urban areas, we have a lot of high-rise buildings blocking communication. Due to certain such limitations, we need to have high-tech drones that can overcome such hurdles. And as for the Ukraine war, when we have a look at what's going on there in the initial stage, TB2 drone from Turkey, they have used those drones. But as for Russia, which is the second most popular country in the military, they have a lot of high-tech systems. And as for the Ukraine, they are using small commercial ones because they can fly in low altitude, and if they fly high, they are exposed to attack from Russia. So for the attack drones, when the Russia operated, and when the Ukraine attack, counter-drone attack operation is done first and foremost, and then perform the attack operation. So the attack and counter-attack should be looked upon in convergence. In order to further develop our drone industry, the attack and counter-attack approach should be taken into account at the same time. Eco-friendly approach to meet the requirements for the eco-friendly society, we should utilize the hydrogen, especially the liquefied hydrogen. It can be used for drone. If we are able to combine different technologies, I believe that we have unlimited possibilities. The sky may be a limit. As for the rocket of the space exploration, the liquefied hydrogen is already used. So for the future, it has a wide range of application. For the e-mobility, it can be utilized further in the future. That's my last comment.
So thank you for keeping such a precise time. So then we will now hear from CEO Seo Il-young. I have actually had a presentation ready, but we are joined by so many experts here today, so I don't have too much to add, but let me give you a short introduction of our solution, our company solutions and technologies, and how our core operations are conducted. We were created in 2004, and we were working as a information security company. And you can look through this at your own leisure. We started off as an information protection consulting company. Information security was our job. What we wanted to do was, what we achieved was 99% of our income was from government-funded jobs. And we needed to do government-funded projects as well. XR, VR, metaverse, these were areas of interest that was based on software platforms, and the government requested a project be done on this. And there are a big number of companies who are doing similar work. However, we have the experience of doing information security for a long time. We have patents, we have techniques, and these were unique opportunities or advantages in doing VR XR, and we could stop information leakage or preventing hacking. So these solutions, security solutions, were based on, served as a base for our technologies. So this is why we were able to cooperate with private firms as well. So we have various simulation solutions. We have conducted various cooperations with VR for instruction through VR. We also have done repair education through VR as well. So this is classified, so I cannot tell you the details, but say, for example, if we needed training on these classified equipment, then we would want to do this over VR. Also, if we wanted to connect, say, for example, 3 areas of Korea, we can connect it through VPN, and we can conduct educational training programs at a distance. And this is the specialized know-how that we have accumulated over the years. This is a multi-person training education solution. And these are videos that were created by us into VR content. And one more thing, this is the basic VR solutions. VR, XR, MR, metaverse are all included in our solution. And the left, you can see the structure in which it is formed. However, in the middle, you can see the security area, and you can see the step-by-step information security application. This is our security feature that protects privacy against the hacking and information leakage, especially as information leakage is a very big issue. So, as we are developing VRXR, since we have expertise in information security, we have been applying our expertise into the VR and XR world as well. So, together, I hope that we will be able to do further business together. Thank you very much. So today, it has been a long time. It's almost 6 p.m. It's almost 5:30-ish. So we have been speaking about the pros and cons of mobility, and we also have heard of even VR and XR, and we have heard foreign cases too. So for half a day, we have been speaking, but we have heard a plethora of areas that we need to review and consider. If we have more time, I wish we could have spent it discussing more details and maybe sharing more information. I think we will end our session here. We have about 3 minutes. But I would like to thank the strong support of Director Sun Woo-hee for staying throughout the whole session. Please hand over the mic to Director Sun.
Thank you so much for staying with us. I have learned a lot. Export strategies, here we say that export power. I believe that there's just some implication. I don't think it's a type O. One of them says strategy and the other says power. They have something in common. They are very strong drivers. And to achieve the same goal, we can involve many different players. And through the cooperation, we can achieve the goal. And we had a speaker from the military training office, and once he told us that we should develop drones that can be used for the defense purposes. It was before the Ukraine war broke out, but there was no company that I could refer to. There were some players in Daejeon, but I was not able to identify the company that can introduce to him. But now our landscape has changed. We have a number of drone companies that I can refer to. Thank you for the future. I believe that our competitive edge will grow along with our defense power with the help of the drone and other technologies. And thank you so much for staying with us till the end of the conference. So thank you so much. Those of you who are in the audience seat, thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you. This brings us to the end of the session. Thank you. I'd like to extend my special thanks to you, especially my heartfelt appreciation goes to those speakers who come from Singapore, US, and Malaysia. Thank you for making wonderful presentation. Thank you. This brings us to the end of the entire session for today. Thank you.